Welcome to day 2 of the second leg of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix here in Shymkent, Kazakhstan, in the beautiful Rixos Kadisha Hotel. Yesterday we had our first round and we had 3 decisive games. In the lead, we've got Stavroula Tsolakidou, Bibisara Assaubayeva, and Tan Zhongyi. 3 games in the first round, all victories. That's a good way to start a tournament. Yesterday's results really showed us that we're going to see a lot of exciting chess and fighting games here at the Women's Grand Prix. But we still have 8 more rounds to go. Anything can happen. There are going to be upsets, twists and turns. So stay tuned, watch our FIDE broadcast, and don't miss any of the action.
Welcome back everyone to the live broadcast of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024-2025 live from Shymkent, Kazakhstan. I'm your host, International Master Irene Sukandar, and I'm still joined by my amazing co-commentator, Miro.
Hi Irene.
Hello.
So, round 2 today.
Round 2, exactly, yes. And yesterday we saw 3 decisive results and 2 draws, and 2 fighting draws. And it was quite a long day at the office for the first round, Miro. What are your expectations for today?
It was longer than expected.
Yeah.
Today, well, I secretly hope we do not reach move 100, but you never know. Yeah, it's a lot of fight. They're straight from round 1. They started to play, like as it would be the last round.
Exactly. And well, today is the Halloween day. We have a special ornament here on the office. And probably for the spirit of the Halloween day, they will all play some scary variations. I really hope it will be quite as exciting as yesterday because so many fires on the board. And well, today we also have lots of interesting matchups between the players. And let's take a look. What do we have for today?
So there is such thing as Halloween Gambit, by the way.
Yeah, there's Halloween Gambit, yes, and the players are getting ready to play. And on the top board, we'll see Aleksandra Goryachkina will be taking on Bibisara Assaubayeva, who won a really nice game yesterday. And another winner from yesterday's round, Stavroula Tsolakidou, will be playing against Nurgyul Salimova, who is hoping to bounce back from yesterday's loss. Elisabeth Paehtz will be playing against Batkhuyag Munguntuul, and both of them lost yesterday, so naturally, they'll be trying to score some points today. And Grandmaster Koneru Humpy will be playing against Tan Zhongyi, and Kateryna Lagno will be taking on Divya Deshmukh. Oh, this is, second round. This is very, very interesting for me. And as we can see in the video, Miro, we have young audience at the venue.
Right, so young talents from Shymkent, I assume, right? So who will be witnessing the start of the round. I believe we will have a ceremonial first move once again.
I believe so. And if I'm not mistaken, there is a Shymkent International Chess Festival happening at the same hotel as well.
Right.
So I think we'll be seeing lots of chess fans around the area.
Right, so what will be, in your opinion, what will be the most exciting game of today?
Oh, definitely Goryachkina and Assaubayeva.
Ah, really?
Yeah. Yeah. And actually, Assaubayeva is playing with another black pieces because yesterday she won the game against Salimova with black pieces. So today...
So she repeats black.
Yeah, she's going to repeat with the black.
Which is a tough start on paper, but if you've won one game already, then you probably don't mind playing a second black. Right, so what else? Well, you've mentioned that Paehtz and Munguntuul will be both trying to win, which, well, once again, it'll be a bit hard though, because they're playing each other, so they can't with both, right? So, I don't know why I'm kind of doubting myself. I don't know what is the psychology when it comes to like bouncing back after round 1. Some people prefer to take it a bit slower, so I kind of have to get some ground, let's make a draw. Right, but it's a shorter tournament. I'm still used to this like 11 rounds or sometimes even 13 rounds Grand Prix, where you have a lot of time to score your points.
Yes, and well, on the video we can see it's Elisabeth Paehtz against Munguntuul, which I think it's a Caro-Kann position. But we can circle back on this game later. Let's take a look.
Which one? Which one do we start?
Yeah, my pick of the day is going to be Goryachkina versus Assaubayeva.
Yeah, so far, well,
It's-
e4 from Goryachkina is not exactly the surprise, but I think d4 is more common.
Yes, d4 or knight f3. Usually she comes with it,
Yeah.
and here lots of surprises. Also yesterday, Tan Zhongyi is not a real e4 player, but she managed to surprise Elisabeth Paehtz with e4 and successful at that.
Right. So once again, we are lagging a little bit behind. So bishop b5,
Yes, bishop
a6, bishop on a4, knight f6, a classical Ruy Lopez, and it's a first crossroad.
Yes,
Because you can play d3 here.
you can play many things here. Yeah, you can play castle. You can play.
Well, castle's the main move,
Yes.
yeah, but like among from castle, apart from castle, you can play d2, d3. Some people play bishop c6, kind of delayed exchange variation, but it's not that great, right? And the argument for playing d3 here is that after castle, among other things, black can play the open Spanish, knight takes e4, which once again, like it's a very long sharp theory, and black is considered to be fine if he knows everything.
Right, and she goes for the main line. She castled, so I was actually expecting for some sideline because Goryachkina is not usually playing e4, so she might be trying to minimize her preparation in the Ruy Lopez by playing some sideline. But no, she goes for the main line, and Bibisara just played d6, so going for the Steinitz variation.
Oh, is it a Steinitz? It's a
Is
strange.
it Steinitz?
It's a Steinitz. No, well, what I know is like d6 on move
Immediately,
3
yeah.
is like the real Steinitz
Steinitz, yeah, yeah,
defense.
yeah.
Then a6, d6 was like Murphy Steinitz,
Murphy
like
Steinitz.
improved whatever. Right. So the setup, you're absolutely right. The setup is as it would be in Steinitz defense, but yeah, like d6 here.
Yeah, this is actually what I like from Bibisara, you know. E4 is, I think it would be quite a surprise for her, although we never know how much the preparation she has made, right? But she always plays her opening confidently. She takes it as if it was in the preparation, and then she just plays d6. I remember
Okay.
there was one game that she plays another variation which was very, very sharp, with the early b5 and bishop b7, and I thought we would be witnessing that, but in fact now we are seeing d6, a little bit calm move than
Yeah, but I'm
what she usually
guessing
does.
that's the whole point. That Goryachkina, once again, I do not know Bibisara Assaubayeva very well, but I assume if she plays, let's say, one and only line, or maybe like a couple of lines, which are sharp and forcing, that makes it easier to prepare. So Goryachkina goes for Ruy Lopez for bishop b5 in order to play one of these lines, and then Bibisara says, you know what, I have a third option. I can play d6, and I know a little bit. Yeah, maybe that's kind of the thought process behind choosing d7, d6.
Right. On the other hand, right, here we see that on the video that Goryachkina is pondering what she might do next, because probably d6 is not within her preparation. So for the first hour, we can see, especially now we have all the videos of the players, we can see from their facial expression whether, oh, this is the move that I expected during the preparation or not, you know. I think it's very interesting to see some psychological reaction of the players, Miro.
Yeah. By the way, what do you do here? Like rook e1, of course,
Rook
can
e1,
be done.
c3.
Can you do? Yeah. Well, the pawn is hanging, right?
Sacking the pawn.
Can you go d4 immediately?
I think that's
What I know
Yeah.
that b5,
And then
bishop
takes
b3 takes on d4.
yeah, this trap and c5.
You cannot take on d4, but maybe you don't have to. Right, and alternatively, I think, okay, there is definitely such idea in the Steinitz setup to take and to go d4, but once again, I'm not sure. Maybe you just take e4, and
But take
after
d5
that you go
if-
d5, and you're probably fine. So I guess it's very hard to be original. Probably white has to play rook e1 and
Rook
c3 and d4 and play kind of a normal Ruy Lopez thing.
Or what about some, okay, if you want to kind of a bit sideway, queen e2, and then you continue
Queen
with
e2,
rook
c3, rook
c3,
d1,
rook
and so
d1,
on.
d4.
Yeah, but that's honestly, I'm not sure again because queen e2.
Queen e2, you can also do it here.
You can play on move 5, but it's not considered to be very clear. I played this move myself, queen e2, a couple of times. I'm not sure if after castle or on move 5 before castle. But yeah, but somehow black usually reacts with some b5, bishop c5, like our Kengil's variation, and not much of an advantage for white. Anyway, that's the least advanced game for now. Only 5 moves played. Let's move on. Let's check something else.
Yeah, sure. Let's move on to, I think we shall see one of the winners' games, Koneru versus Tan Zhongyi.
Yeah, so here, that's once again, it's theoretical debate. You should know it better. What's Tan Zhongyi's main opening against d4? Is it the Nimzo? I'm not sure.
I'm not too sure as well, but she is around this range of like Nimzo, Queen's Gambit, so on. But I think she's capable on playing other things too.
e3 b6 is not the most common. Knight g2, bishop ac. Well, that's an old theory over there.
Yeah, I think it's very old, yeah. But again, as you said yesterday, many players these days, they try to revisit the old lines because sometimes, the old lines can be quite overlooked, and then if you try to analyze them again, and they're proven to be very playable.
I remember there was, a3 was the move. And by the way, it was played.
It was played.
Right, so, and then this was somehow considered to be more pleasant for white. Simply, well, I don't have much knowledge. It's just like 2 bishops, flexible position, and so on. So people would go, after a3, people would go bishop e7, and then you would choose between knight f4 or knight g3, I think. Yeah.
Yes.
Knight f4, and there was, for instance, there was a crazy game of Levon Aronian, like takes on e6, and then bishop goes, takes on f7, and some. Well, it's a long time ago. I believe theory developed quite far since I've checked it last time. Later on, bishop c3 followed by d5 also proved to be kind of okay for black. So what can we say? It's a healthy, well, Nimzo. Laughing at myself because like. Nimzo Indian should not be rated as an opening. We all know it's a good opening. It's just that all I'm saying is you play the Nimzo in order not only to get a good position, but also to kind of get a game.
Yes.
Right? Because Queen's Gambit or Slav or stuff like that, sometimes you can play it, say, okay, I will equalize, kind of dead draw, I want to just, like with Nimzo, it still, carries this, well, quite a decent level of complexity.
Oh, okay. I think I found the game that you meant. I'm trying to be a good assistant of yours here, Miro.
Thank you.
Yes, and then let's put it on the board. The scary line that you
e7,
mentioned with the
f4,
Iranians
d5.
game.
Yeah, that was Bundesliga game. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was in 2004.
Takes on e6.
Yes, takes on
Bishop a6 back, right?
Yes, exactly. Take on f7, king takes
f7,
f7,
king f7,
and
and
e4.
then before that, people were playing queen b3, and Levon's novelty was that he goes e4.
Exactly, and then c5 goes.
e4 and c5 is already bad. Or maybe once again, it's me checking this with computer. how many years ago? Maybe 15 years ago, right? So maybe it changed again to being good. No, I don't think d5 is good. If I'm not mistaken, the move is bishop c4, somewhat counterintuitive, but yeah, okay, c5, and let's just like mention Levon's game.
Yeah, e5.
e5, yes.
And then you have to, apparently you have to sack the knight, and then black played rook e8.
Rook e8.
But Levon didn't take it.
Sorry, yeah, he
Levon didn't take it. He played bishop e3.
Bishop e3.
And then knight c6. And finally comes queen b3 with check.
b3.
c4, you gotta play it, otherwise it's a fork. And then queen a4.
Queen a4 attacking both of these guys.
And then knight a5. Takes on f6.
bishop f6.
Bishop f6 and just calmly castle.
Castle. Yeah.
And then after probably like 15 moves later, he won the game.
Yeah. No, but yeah, well, the game, I'm not sure how impressive the whole sequence is, but this idea of sacrificing a piece is quite remarkable. Black is not forced, of course, to go d5, but that means that white might consider going d5, seizing more space.
Therefore, Tan Zhongyi chose to take on c3.
Yeah, and as I said, I think like latest news is that taking on c3 and once
Goes
again
d5.
going d5. She already played
she
d5.
played it.
Yeah. Was considered to be okay, and you can play b3, try to keep the structure flexible, play for 2 bishops, or once again, that is an outdated news. That's last time I checked. There was this cd5, bishop takes, king takes, and after pawn takes, I'm not sure why you start with. The idea was connected with g4,
Right.
but I don't think you play g4 immediately. It's probably like queen f3, and then if black somewhat carelessly castles,
And
then
then you go
g4
Wow.
and yeah, something like that. But again, don't quote me on this because that was a long time ago I checked these lines.
Yeah, but that's amazing that you could remember exactly the game and the player of 2004. So it was like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
All right, I think another long pause here by Koneru after the move d5, bishop c3, knight c3, and d5. Okay, I think let's move on to the game between Tsolakidou versus Salimova.
Oh, that's our favorite.
Your favorite, our favorite.
That's our favorite,
the
Gioco Piano.
Yeah, the Italian. Let's see how it goes.
Oh, b4. Oh, okay, b4. In my understanding, by the way, makes a lot of sense. So I do not know why, like, in my opinion, everybody should play b4. Everybody should play b4 in this position. And I'm kind of half kidding, but not really. Because otherwise it makes no sense. Like, white goes a4, and then black stops b4 with b5. Yeah. Okay, white doesn't play a4 here, but you know what I'm talking about. Okay,
Yes.
say d6. What was
There's one inclusion with
yeah,
h6.
by the way,
yeah.
it wasn't like a real Italian. In fact,
Yeah.
I just realized that it was a 2 knights, d3, h6, which is a kind of a tricky line. c3. I'm actually surprised that black didn't play. I think d6,
D6,
g5.
D6
yeah,
is the
d6,
main line.
g5 is a very interesting attempt. Anyway, so here, a6, castles.
Yes.
d6, knight bd2, castles,
And
h3.
Yeah, it's now back to like the normal Italian then
But
with the inclusion of h6.
with the bishops on b6.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like if it's an important diff, but let's say black plays rook e8, white gives rook e1, black plays bishop e6, takes, and we are in like familiar territories. It's either bishop b2 or queen c2, and you have like Kramnik-Anand with both colors and so on and so on. But all that with the bishop on a7.
A7.
So I think like white has knight c4 tempo in many lines, so it should be beneficial for white, the same line. So I can see how bishop on b6 is beneficial for white, and in what case like black is happier to have the bishop on b6 rather than a7. It's not clear, right? So it's a known position, but kind of with a slight twist, which probably favors white.
Well, in my understanding, in this position, probably we can start by playing bishop e6 immediately without rook e8.
Yeah, well, bishop
And
e6
then-
immediately, again, according to my knowledge, is considered to be not great in this particular... Okay, not great as in like white gets a slight hope for an advantage. It's not like, oh, it's a terrible move. But they try to avoid it when white played before a4. So if black has the pawn on a5, then bishop e6 is and this structure is perfectly fine. If white managed to play b4 a4, so he has more space on the queen side, then this is, well, not great for what I know. One of the reasons, once again, a very clumsy explanation, that later on, White's gonna get go d4. Okay, here it just blunders the pawns. It doesn't make sense. And with black pawn on a5, when White goes d4, Black has access to this b4 square. So he will be like very safe. Put the knight on b4, get d5, and so on. And with a lot of space on the queen side, somehow bishop e6 immediate. At least for what I know, with bishop on a7, they all play rook e8. And you can find Okay, they used to play rook e8 again. It's now outdated theory.
Okay, but Salimova now played knight e7, so she goes for the typical plan, putting
Knight
the
e7
knight to
is
g6,
possible as well. Yeah,
and
Knight e7 is
setting up
possible
with
as well.
c6 and probably transferring the bishop to c7 at some point. Yeah, I think it's very sound too.
There was one more trick. And again, it works with bishop on a7, so that what's the move of the d4? It's not impossible that the knight comes back, in fact, right?
Why can't I take it after d4?
No,
and then play d5?
Take and play d5.
Yeah, I think black is just better here.
Better?
Take with the knight on e7. Yeah, from e7.
Better? I'm not sure.
c6.
Yeah, and this is where, in fact, like having the bishop on b6 is probably better, because with the bishop on a7, I think the theory goes on because it's b5 with White. Like White goes after c6, White goes b5 and bishop a3, something like that. Okay, theory. I say theory. It's like I've seen games like this. It doesn't mean like there is no defined theory. This move is good and this move is bad, right? So it's like everyone is trying every idea in this position. You can play pretty much whatever you like. Knight e7. Black perhaps is getting ready to play c6, bishop c7, right? So if White goes rook e1, knight f1, Black should be just in time.
If rook e1 now?
Yeah, I guess.
And then
knight
g6.
here. Or maybe even start with c6, right? Can even start with c6,
Yeah,
knight
that's
f1,
possible.
knight g6, let's say knight g3, and maybe Black is first to play d5. I have no idea what's happening here. Bishop. Like for instance, this kind of positions. Sometimes it's absolutely nothing. Sometimes it's like considerably better for White. Yeah, like here I can see Black just goes to c7, defends the e5 pawn. Probably has no trouble.
Yep, it looks like a game to me. Both sides are still trying their best.
All 32 units on the board.
Yeah, but I think I come to possibly my favorite game of the day so far. It's Elisabeth Paehtz versus Munguntuul Batkhuyag, because if you see the last move that Elisabeth just did, it's one of the rare lines. I played it myself as White, so I'm just curious to see what's going to happen in this game.
So it's the Caro-Kann. The Caro-Kann defense, and nowadays, interestingly, it's almost forgotten. I mean, knight d2 and knight c3 are kind of the same move, because black usually captures on e4, bishop f5, and I mean this system is kind of forgotten from White's point, right? White usually goes e5, then there was and probably still is the spike of popularity in exchange Caro-Kann, like the way Fischer used to play it, c takes, e takes, and yeah. But this one is somehow considered to be fine for Black. And this is once again the main, the first crossroad, because you have e6, you have knight, rather here, right?
Yes.
e6, knight f6, or knight d7, yeah. Knight d7, bishop d3, trade, e6, bishop d2 immediately. Wasn't bishop f4
No,
thing?
bishop d2 is also the main line, because bishop f4 there's some lines that you don't get your usual long castle setup because of it.
Yeah, I know. Once again, I mean, back in the day, it was considered to be considered to be kind of more
D2.
precise. Bishop d2, and
But there's bishop
queen
b4.
would drop. Yeah, bishop b4 is another line. Bishop b4 is another. Never mind. Yeah, so bishop d2, knight f6, castles, bishop e7, queen e2. That's once again a crossroad. You can go king b1, you can go
Yes.
queen e2. think knight e4 is also a move.
Yeah, knight e4 goes to like the equal variation with takes, knight f6, and queen e4 perhaps. So that's, I mean,
You mean this endgame?
the endgame, yeah.
Wait a second. I just realized that all what I was saying is not exactly right, because white plays it with the pawn on h4, not the pawn on h5.
Oh, that's right.
So here,
Yeah.
all the remarks that I had, like with bishop f4,
Is with h5, right?
queen b,
Right.
yeah. So it would be h5, include h5,
And
and
then
then go
bishop
bishop
d3.
d3, and it's like well, the differential would be because this black kind of loses the tempo this way, like this is.
Yep.
The tempo disappears, right? So the differential, it would be the same, exactly the same position, with white pawn being on h5. And sometimes it's beneficial to have the pawn on h5.
Sometimes
it's
it
hanging.
backfires.
Yeah. Sometimes it's hanging, and the line that you, Irene, mentioned takes here.
It was with the pawn on h5,
Knight
I agree.
here,
Yes.
queen d5. I think that's one you.
Yeah.
That was the and queen e4. I guess.
Yeah, and then bishop e3, knight g4, oh, knight d5, something like that.
Yeah. So somehow you either exchange the queens
Yeah.
or yeah.
So yeah, now you know what?
So I guess knight f4.
Knowing Elisabeth, she wouldn't have missed h5. So this is definitely her preparation, putting
It
the
is.
pawn on h4.
1 hour
because-
35. Yeah, 1 hour 35 on the clock as well.
yeah. So it's definitely surprising his opponent as well, because Elisabeth has taken a little rare approach on this Caro-Kann and g4. Yeah, I played this, I just realized that too. Like I played this line with the pawn on h5.
Yeah.
So maybe having the pawn on h4 is a very tricky one, because you can go g5 and then take it with your pawn, like opening the h file. That's what you're hoping for.
Yeah, well, of course, in this particular setup, it makes, the main difference it makes is that you want to go g5 and take with the pawn. Yeah, and this is a very clever, it's a rare but very clever approach, where you can get the same position as, let's say, known theoretical position with a slight twist, with one extra move. Because not only, like, there could be some new ideas, but also for your opponent to understand, like, let's say, Munguntuul knows literally everything about this Caro-Kann line with the pawn on h5. Now you have to kind of go through all of your knowledge and ask yourself, in this line, does it pawn make a difference if it's h5 or h4?
Right.
And you're starting to kind of be afraid of ghosts pretty much, like Halloween team. Yeah, because,
Halloween
you know,
Right.
yeah.
And I think this is a very clever approach too by Elisabeth, because Munguntuul's repertoire is usually, she's a Sicilian player. I think it's because
so
of
the Caro-Kann is also a bit of a surprise or
yes.
something.
So her choosing Caro-Kann, I think Elisabeth just wants to go to somewhat, like uncharted territory to confuse her opponent. But also on the other hand, she might have had some work behind this move too. So yeah, I think this is gonna be very exciting game.
Yep. What's the reaction for black? I'm just like knight f1.
C5 is natural reaction to that, and then g4.
G4. Because to be honest, I'm kind of scared when I look at this position. I'm scared, like if I'm playing this one with black, I'm scared because g5 is such a straightforward and very powerful idea.
Yeah.
How do I react to this? So I would desperately try to take on g4, to be honest.
And then usually rook g1 here.
Yeah, rook g1, and the question is what black's playing. Is it knight f6? Is it, like, I guess it's h5?
I think if h5, you can go... First of all, there's knight g3.
And knight g3 attacking h5. Yeah, it could be this.
Secondly...
I mean, it's a lot of moves, right?
Or knight e5.
Knight
also,
e5
it
is
also
interesting.
another
I
move.
was thinking about knight e5 as well. Yeah.
Yeah, knight e5, and then you have f3 as well if you want. Okay, takes on g4 now. Queen takes g4, and then I think white would be happy to have
it's
less a pawn for this.
still not a checkmate, right? It's a very, very concrete line because
But
I
bishop
understand it.
a6.
Yes, knight
Bishop
e5. No, but that's what I'm saying. It's a very concrete line. Knight e5
Yes.
with a tempo, and then knight g6, and it either works for black or doesn't. I'm
Right.
very scared with black because if it doesn't work, I'm getting checkmated around move 20.
Right.
But it could work as well. So yeah, it is. You're absolutely right. It promises to be very exciting and very, say, unbalanced from the start.
Yep.
I think there is like one more game. Lagno with Divya.
Yeah, Lagno Divya. Let's check it out.
We did not check at all.
That looks like
and probably for a good
French.
reason. Exchange French.
Is it exchange
That's
French?
exchange
Looks
French.
like it, right?
It is. And I'm puzzled, to be honest. Ooh.
Bishop
Not even
d3.
Not even knight f3, but bishop d3.
A very calm variation by Kateryna.
Knight c6.
And now not even knight f3
f6
now.
and some knight e2. This is like as original as it gets. Because I kind of recently checked some very specific exchange Slav, the one exchange French, the one that you get from the Petrov.
Ah, with
Because,
one tempo
yeah,
less.
like
Yeah.
let's not with a tempo less, but with not okay. I think for obvious I have to show what I'm talking about. So in the Petrov defense,
Yes.
d6, knight goes here, knight e4, d4, d5, and so on. And recently people started to play d3, d4, and the best move, is d5.
d5.
The most principal move. Yeah, I actually played bishop e7 myself with black, and it's not bad. But yeah, but the main move is d5. So you get the exchange French position with the inclusion of, the knight is already on f3, the knight is already on f6. Right, and then it's like a little bit tricky. Bishop d3. Yeah, the other thing that I know that after knight f3, knight c6, like bishop b5 is interesting.
Yep.
I think Kasparov played, possibly Kasparov played bishop b5.
Yeah, I think Kateryna just wants to get a game out of this because there's no risk at all. But again, bishop d3. I mean, the first choice of the variation itself to play the French exchange is showing that probably you're not too ambitious on this game as white, but then bishop d3 as well. So I think she's relying a lot on her experience because also it's not very easy to prepare against Divya. She is very she has like a very wide repertoire and also very well prepared too. So you never know what you can guess from Divya.
But still, I would disagree with you because knowing, yes, I agree on kind of in principle that she's trying to get some like playable middle game position and so on. But knowing Kateryna, I think she's not the person who would say, okay, I'll play exchange French and I'll figure it out. So she has prepared, I think, like at least the setup, and she knows a little bit about like what exactly this bishop d3 knight e2 means. Because again, it's not the most usual, and of course we can guess some ideas that perhaps we want to go bishop f4 later, trade the bishops and so on, or maybe the knight goes to g3. But one kind of has to know a little bit of kind of ins and outs of this position, right?
Right.
Yeah. Tricky.
Okay, and probably we can circle back to the game between Goryachkina versus Assaubayeva.
The one we started with.
Yeah, because I saw some unusual move there, knight a3, which is totally playable but looking unusual.
So she captures on c6, goes rook e1, bishop g4, h3. Bishop g4, by the way, was not forced. Yeah.
Takes
Knight d7, preparing for this whole d5 thing. And knight goes to a3. Well, to c4 and I guess to a5 if allowed.
Yeah, I think the knight could be quite flexible as well, depending on how black develops the bishop, right? If g6, okay, then maybe you go to a5, but if bishop e7, then maybe you go to e3. So I think it's a very clever move by Aleksandra there, and very original too.
Yeah.
Is there... let me check if there's any game like that with knight a3, because it looks unusual.
I think it's already like around bishop g4, bishop f3. We've already lost kind of at least grandmaster games. I don't think it's a very popular, because to be honest, d7, d6 doesn't look like as it's such a popular line. So we might be in uncharted territories by move 10.
Right. Let's take a look. 1 second. Yeah. Oh, there is actually one game by Ismagabetov versus Bologan.
And
But
it
this
must be some time ago.
some rapid. No, it was actually this year in the World Rapid team.
Ah,
And Black chose to play g6. So yeah, it's now it is the question for Black where to develop the bishop on f8 via e7 or via g7.
G6. But then what do you do after
Exactly, and knight
after
c4.
knight c4
Okay,
becomes a big question because
okay,
bishop g7.
and she did it because well, she's a King's Indian player. I think she just wants to get a familiar
Yeah.
setup on her game. So g6 has been played, and yeah, the knight on a3 doesn't have any other square but to go to c4 at some point.
And
So
I guess knight a5, isn't it like unpleasant?
it looks unpleasant, right?
So c5,
Or
I
knight
guess?
b8. It looks very
Yeah,
passive,
like
but
in both cases, yeah, like knight b8. I thought in both cases White's plans are connected with b4. And it's kind of, you know.
probably after
Lines
knight
of-
c4 we can try to prepare for knight a5. So not playing bishop g7.
a5, I thought so, but then I'm scared of this, for example. I'm scared of, maybe I shouldn't be.
And if okay, take
Yeah,
any
like
e5.
if
Yeah.
black cooperates and takes that, I'm afraid like after e5, it's.
But then you have to play
it's just
d5.
bad,
But then
yeah.
there's e6.
There's this.
There's that too.
There is this. I think White's winning. Yeah. Looks
Yeah.
like White's just winning. Then after d4, I thought like after bishop to g7, you kind of hold.
But then takes on e5 and then take it again, and maybe bishop h6. You're just sacking the pawn on b2.
Yeah, but this is again.
I mean, just some positional
it's
sacrifice.
Not so clear, right? Because
Or even if you take on b2, maybe I can drop in e5.
yeah,
If queen f6, then probably what should I do? Queen g4.
yeah, you'll have to go queen g4. Maybe queen f6. And yeah, and I'll start perhaps like speculating on queen straight. So I don't know. My feeling is like this is a very, how to say, it is a very common theme that if bishop takes, you go bishop h6, you stop castle. But somehow we've exchanged so many minor pieces that black perhaps shouldn't be too scared of it. Like now, even like I'm looking at what happens after g5, for instance. I understand it looks like very brave, but rook g8, rook g6, you know.
Queen f5.
Or queen f6, yeah, queen f5 and okay, rook g8. I was hoping to do something like that. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like blunt. Oops, sorry. I just destroyed the variation so that you will not checkmate me. Knight c4. What did we say? a5. Yeah. This. This is unlikely to happen though. But yep. This, and I said, okay, let's try g5. Maybe it's terrible. I have no idea. This, but the point was, yes, if you take rook g6, I'm not sure what to play. The queen is kind of, well, not trapped, but locked, and queen f6 is the threat, and
So maybe
I'm dreaming
rook
of having a
e3
king
here?
d7 or castle.
But rook e3 is still queen f6, yeah? It doesn't change. Oh no, I can do that. Rook e3, queen f6, rook f3. If you take there, I'll have queen g8, so
Okay,
it's in
if
time.
I'm pressing the wrong button again. I don't know.
No, knight c4.
Yeah. Have to reach this position again. g5 is not the only move, by the way, but yeah, let's cooperate. This said rook g6, and he wanted to play rook e3, but I'm sorry. Rook e3. But the queen is still like not moving, right?
Yeah, but rook f3 now?
And Like, well, technically I cannot take the bishop, so maybe you have some rook f5
Yeah,
and so
rook
on.
f5 right now.
The feeling is, I don't know, once again, I'm not able to calculate a single line by now, but the feeling is like it's white who's playing with fire, because like everything is hanging. Like, castle long?
Then rook takes
Rook takes f7. Rook f7, and this one's hanging.
Yeah.
And I guess d5. And
there's bishop f8 at least, at the very
it's
least.
as messy as it gets, right?
Or rook e7 first. Yeah.
Rook
there are
e7,
many-
rook h6, or
at least I got the e5 bishop too.
yeah, but I'm sure that it doesn't make sense to analyze like these sharp positions, like
Yeah.
move by move, because we play one move and we missed 5 other alternatives. All I'm saying, it looks playable for black, but also very risky, right? But the alternative, which would be to go bishop g7 to kind of not be worried about d4, doesn't look that attractive, right?
Because
Knight
of the
b8,
pawn, yeah.
we probably should laugh at. So it is c5, but then I'm thinking a3, b4 as kind of positional, positional play. 3 castles, b4.
But you can choose not to react on that b4 because you always can take it with the knight. So
Yes, but for how long? I mean,
f5.
f5, yeah. It's like eventually this knight will have to move, right?
I'm so tempted to play queen h4,
And you can.
and probably it's
You
okay.
can. Bishop e3.
And
Yeah, like I'm trying to develop my stuff. Bishop e3. At some point, knight to c6. Yeah, well, once again, I'm not saying white is like very happy having it. At least looks like something. Well, alternatively, maybe I can allow myself to go before immediately and then go, if black takes, that is, to go a3 and say, you know what, in this case I have like some compensation like that. I don't know if it's true, but I can pretend.
really, it's a pawn for almost nothing. So I can just castle. I feel safe. The king is safe, and it's a free pawn anyway.
It's like the free pawn which goes nowhere. I will borrow the... Yes, you're right, it's minus. I'll borrow the evaluation bar. Okay, your version. What to play for white then? After
I mean, knight
GC?
c4 is, I think, the best move here. But after bishop g7, okay. Yeah.
If you don't go for knight a5, I mean, what do you play? It's knight a5 looks logical. After c5, a3 is the only thing that kind of makes sense. Like putting down on a3.
No, that doesn't make
any
sense. Yeah. Maybe I was trying to daydream about this d4, e4, e5, and queen takes c6. I don't know whether it is any good or not.
Well, look, Goryachkina stopped right here. So can it be that she's considering d4 this very moment?
And then e5, yeah,
Where,
that's possible.
first of all, like black can probably play bishop g7 and say, you know what, I'm not interested. But if black takes, then I'm still not convinced. Yeah, e5 looks interesting.
Then takes on c6,
Takes on c6.
and probably after bishop g7, bishop g5.
I'm thinking this, but it's trickier, right? Rook e5. This is rook e5.
Bishop g5. If bishop e7. And also if you castle, then sorry, why castle? The king is in check. So yeah, if
I
you
was
play king
thinking
f8, I mean.
king f8, strangely. It feels like you're getting checkmated somehow, but you know, the rook is hanging. Rook d5.
Bishop d6.
Bishop d6, yeah.
Oh, she goes for b4. Is it b4?
b4
Yeah,
immediately,
b4.
yeah? Okay, makes sense as well. So b4. Yeah, so she does what I was thinking she would do. Yeah. Before now, let's say if this happens, white gets kind of the setup she wanted to. Again, we don't know how good it is, right? But at least that's what white was aiming for. Is a5 any good? Probably not, right? I mean, why would you start like giving white some initiative?
maybe.
Yeah, like b5 and knight b5. It can be a bit unpleasant. So black still has to finish the development first.
Right. Wow. Okay, so lots of positional battles here in this position, in this game. Tricky, yeah, because two moves in a row, Aleksandra Goryachkina have been playing, I would say, like original moves, which is great. It's exciting to see such moves like that. I think, meanwhile, we can come back to the game of Elisabeth Paehtz versus Munguntuul, because there have been some developments there. So we saw the position of the g4.
C takes d4, g5, knight d5.
Yes.
And I think computer lately taught us that this should be, like, once again, objective. But when I say objectively, I'm not sure if I'm using the word correctly. Objectively, that means, well, what I mean is like if the engine plays the engine, which has nothing to do with the human game, right?
Yeah.
But if the engine plays the engine, usually it proves that, let's say, white's initiative is very strong / almost winning. So this one, that's why I said like it's very scary, because I've seen it many times. Like from human perspective, you think you survived the first wave of the attack, let's say, and you think, oh, okay, now we'll defend somehow. But in reality, like this somehow never happens. Like computers got really good at keeping the initiative.
Yeah, and especially in a concrete position like this. Okay, white has so many moves. You have what? First of all, of course, like g takes h6, whether it is a move. But what I'm noticing here is actually black's reaction. There might be some threat with knight c3. Of course, this is white's to move, but it's something that black probably has in mind.
So let's say if I do this, play something very slow.
Yeah.
Just to illustrate that you have a trick with knight c3.
And the bishop on d2 is so. The
if
bishop on
white
d2 is so
cooperates, it is a checkmate. But yeah, but if white takes with the bishop, then you take back, and after knight e5, black has queen
b6. Yeah.
So well, yes, it's
It's one of the threats. One of the threats. Yeah.
Kind of a threat. But
So
okay, let's say
take
white
on d4
white
to stop
captures
them.
d4.
Also, knight takes d4 looks pretty good. You want to take e6 and grab the knight again on d5. So what could be the move here? Like queen b6 maybe? You're threatening the...
This or queen, yeah, like queen b6. Caro-Kann players would probably be happy to go queen b6. And maybe it's the right moment, because I don't have a comfortable way of defending this knight, right?
And you don't really want to put the knight back on b3, yeah. Yeah.
Somehow. Yeah. What I want is to go to f5 or sacrifice on e6.
Yes.
Yeah. Because, like, say, if you look at this position, and again, we are not using the engine, so we don't have the kind of what's the real variation. We don't have a clue what's the real variation. But if you look at what white's doing, white does attack on the king side, but also it has the knight on f1 and knight on b3. So pieces are all over the place. So intuitively, I would say no, that's not how this position has to be played. Knight c3.
Another thing is, well, knight c3 is there. Should we reposition the queen? But the knight on d7 is ready to jump anywhere.
Exactly. So, like to go like queen e4 or queen d3 would mean donating even more tempi, because knight c5 comes, in one go. So ideally, what I would try to do here with white, I would play, let's say, try to play, say, take on h6, rook g1, some powerful move on the king side, so that after, so my reaction to knight c3 would be either take with the bishop or like not react at all, but go like queen d3, if you want to take, I don't know, yeah, let's pretend this works, like rook g1. This is like the way I want this game to go. So not to react to what you were attacking, but counter-attack on the king side.
Focus on our own idea, yeah?
Yeah, which probably is like utter nonsense and doesn't really work. But I don't know, like g6, rook takes, I guess we are winning, yeah, rook g7. Yeah, taking, of course.
Oh, rook g7, there's knight f6, yeah?
And knight g5, and I don't see how to... maybe... Yeah, rook g7, knight f6.
Oh, you mean knight g5? Okay.
Knight g5. I'm not
rook
sure what
h7
I'm
is
threatening though. Rook h7.
Just
rook
king g8. No need to take.
Knight f2, queen h7, knight h7. That'd be a nice way of making a draw.
Wow. Yeah.
Anyway, that's exciting game, and also like Elisabeth, she played a very, very long game yesterday.
Yeah.
This one will not be a long game for sure.
You think so?
It's what? It's move 15. The crisis is on the board. Like, how can possibly a game that started like this last for 100 moves? No, impossible.
Impossible.
It will be. I have no idea what the result's gonna be, but it probably should like this be decided by move 40.
Yes, I think so too. Yeah, it should be quite a battle here. I mean, not like positional battle, but more like a tactical and calculation battle. Yes, a lot of things to think in this position. Yeah. Okay, so let's keep an eye on it. And then, which one would you like to go next? Probably Koneru.
Yeah,
Tan Zhongyi?
Koneru with Tan Zhongyi, because we've seen like the very start of the opening. We've seen that. Humpy chose to play a3, bishop takes, knight takes, d5, b2, b3.
Yeah,
so more of a positional approach, yes. c5, c takes, b takes, castles, knight c6, and knight to a4. I have a feeling something's off here with black's play. Again, not sure, but... So it's almost like I want a knight on d7. No, knight on c6 is great, but how do we guard this one?
Yeah, it looks like it's almost lost there. Like queen e7, then you just develop the bishop, rook c1 is coming. Usually I'm a big fan of having two central pawns like that, but now the only thing that's missing is the dark square bishop for black, so it's gonna be...
also some... I'm sorry to interrupt, but there is also some stupid... Is there some stupid
bishop d2, queen e2...
No, I was thinking... It's crazy to think of it, but is there d6? Bishop takes, pawn takes, attacking the rook. No, that doesn't...
No, you can just simply take it, no?
You can take it? Yeah, but this is where I thought that maybe it's not as trivial, this endgame, because like knight c5 is a threat. At least I wanted to think so.
So rook c8, rook f c8?
Rook f to c8, yeah. Then, okay, my dream was to go f3, e4. I'm probably not in time to do so.
Yeah, I don't think so. Now I have c4, maybe try to... Then I think you have to go b4.
Yeah. So,
rook b8
so the point was, my kind of original point was that I have this, and that's why I'm a clever person and white is winning. But even this is not guaranteed.
Yes.
Like you can go rook c3, you can go rook b8. No, well, at least like here I would believe white is like slightly better, right? But it's not much. So perhaps you're right. So queen e7, white needs to be a little bit more clever then.
Yep, she just played it. Queen e7 is on the board. I think that's kind of the only move. So
this allows d4. Right?
I like playing with my bishop on c1. Just want to get it to b2. So probably my next move would be rook c1.
Bishop b2, rook c1. Yeah. But then I guess we'll still,
and then we take
we'll
on
still
d5
have to
now.
move the queen. takes on d5.
Oh, maybe you can. If rook takes d5, I can just play queen c2, yeah?
Mm-hmm. But yeah, but then for this particular structure, like the fact that we have a pawn on a3 and b3 is weak. But the knight is strange. Also, the bishop might have been even like better somewhere. Yeah, that's a very strange position. Very hard to tell because I liked what we were doing, and then yeah, maybe not cd5, but on the other hand, if you don't take cd5, then black's going to play d4, right?
Or let's redo it. Probably take on d5 first before bishop b2, so that this option will not happen.
Yeah.
And then bishop
e2 we
takes,
just take on e2. So at least black doesn't take on d5 with the rook. So our assumption is if black takes like that, we are first to
Queen
get
d5.
get to those like hanging pawns, right? And if the knight takes, then well, technically queen b5 is still an option, but then what?
Rook b. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Rook
Yeah,
f.
the knight's
hanging.
right?
So yeah, rook c8, I think, and then if queen takes,
It's kind of tricky because originally I thought should be no problem for black.
oh,
Black should be
probably queen b7.
queen b7. We want to keep the queens on the board, yeah.
Put the queen on the board and then
Up the
try to go with the knight on c6
queen
somewhere.
to b7, attacking b3, and also like some jumps
Yeah,
with
some
the knight
jump with the
using
knight, that's right.
discovered attack. Yeah, so
Because the bishop on c1 is still
I agree.
inactive.
Yeah,
There might be some compensation to that.
But that exactly was my feeling. I just like for me the lines were not adding up, but I thought like even if white wins the pawn like this, he shouldn't be better. It's too artificial. Like you keep the bishop on c1 and you spend like 5 tempi with this queen going after the pawn. Yeah, so it's strange because on one hand I want to believe white's better somehow, but also it is very concrete. Can there be something like absolutely crazy? Like
b4.
b4.
Wow. Okay. I have
Pawn
to take the b4
takes,
pawn.
I guess, yeah. And then pawn takes.
Bishop
and
takes c4.
again, yeah, you can. No, wait, bishop c4. I will have b5, bishop a3. I don't know if it works tactically or not, but at least like there is some justification to what I'm doing. Maybe to stop me fantasizing about all this nonsense, maybe you just take on b4 with the knight, and when I pin it, you go bishop c4, and you say my next move is a5.
Yeah.
And this is where I say, you know what, it doesn't work.
Yeah, I think so too. Okay. Another positional battle here in the game between Koneru versus Tan Zhongyi. There's some development on the other game though, but I think it is the perfect time for us to take our first break, and after this we'll come back to the game between Elisabeth Paehtz versus Munguntuul because that is so exciting. All of you have to watch it, and we are so much ready to analyze it now during our break, so stay tuned, don't go anywhere, we will be back in a few minutes.
We are here with Stavroula Tsolakidou, who just won her first game at the Women's Grand Prix. The same as the first leg, you also won your first game, along with Bibisara. Both of them had victories in the first round, and yet again. How was your game?
So I was slightly better and I tried to push. I decided to get to that opposite color bishop's endgame because I thought I had some chances. Okay, objectively it's probably good. But okay, somehow I managed, and she didn't have that much time, so it was hard to find the best moves. It was a bit unpleasant for her, the position. Yeah.
And this is your second leg of the Women's Grand Prix and your first time playing in the series. You have a little bit more experience now having the second tournament. Is there any approach that you have that you've changed, or what is it?
I can't say I changed something. Of course, I do feel like I have a bit more experience. so I know how it is, kind of. Yeah, I guess I'm trying to have more of a fresh mind in each game, because I feel like I didn't have that clear of a mind in the previous one, because of stress probably. So I'm just trying to manage that part.
Well, even with an unclear mind in the first one, you did so well, coming second. You're at the top of the leaderboard with Kashlinskaya and Bibisara in the Women's Grand Prix. And you said that you've mentioned before that this is your first year in Women's Elite playing chess professionally. How is that going?
It's going pretty well so far, especially since I'm here in the Grand Prix. And yeah, we'll see. Other tournaments I played recently weren't that great, but okay, I'm trying my best, I guess.
And in the Grand Prix, this is your second one. Are you going to play any others? Will we be able to watch you there?
You mean other Grand Prix or other tournaments? Yeah. Grand Prix I'll play in Cyprus in March, which is the country that gave me the wild card, so I'm excited to go there also.
Awesome. And what do you think about Kazakhstan and the organization of the tournament here?
Yeah, the organization is very good. They're taking it very, very seriously, I think. And I like the place too. It's my first time in Kazakhstan, actually.
Oh.
And I like the city so far. And yeah, everything is good.
Yeah. And in a women's elite tournament, how does it feel to be playing in these closed events? Of course, you've won World Youth, these big ones, lots of players. But what's it like with the pressure in playing such a closed event?
I guess people are more prepared, and maybe there is extra stress. Yeah, I always think that maybe I should, not play what I always play, because everyone prepares beforehand and stuff like that. But I really like it because it's so strong. Every round is against a strong opponent.
Yeah. And in the series like the Women's Grand Prix, you'll be facing a lot of the same opponents. Do you learn from the preparation from the previous time you play them? Do you ever change your approach in preparing against them, or do you just take it tournament by tournament?
Yeah, I guess I'm just taking it tournament by tournament, maybe game by game. Yeah, I don't know, because now it's the second tournament, which is quite different actually. Only me and Bibisara are from the previous one. But I guess Cyprus will be, then I will have to think about my approach.
Well, thank you so much, Stavroula, and good luck for the rest of your tournament.
Thank you.
We are here at the end of round one with homegrown hero Bibisara Assaubayeva. Bibi, you just won your first game, a very strong start to the tournament. How do you feel?
Thank you. I feel good. It's my first one with black, maybe in last 3 or 4 classical tournaments. Yeah, usually I lost or have a draw. So I have good position after opening. I know she don't know this variation, and also I have some advantage with time. And somewhere she do a mistake, and somehow I won.
You say she didn't know this variation, so she went into your prep?
Yes.
And playing here in Kazakhstan, do you feel some kind of pressure? Everyone looks up to you. Yesterday at the opening ceremony, you were celebrated. Or do you think that inspires you, motivates you to play better?
I try to not think about this. It's another tournament where I should play strong and show my best. So I try to do it.
And you're very strong in really all formats, blitz, rapid, and classical very clearly. How do you prepare differently for a tournament like this compared to, the faster games?
When I was young, I played very bad at blitz, actually. I played usually good in rapid and classical, but then I won few world championship. And I played good in blitz, but now we have a lot of tournaments in a row, blitz, rapid, classical, so you should just play, enjoy, and see how it works.
And playing in closed women's events like this, do you like that, or do you prefer the bigger ones?
Yeah, I like it because we don't have a lot of women tournaments, and it's good to play against them.
Well, thank you so much, Bibisara, and good luck for the rest of your tournament.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back everyone. And as we promised before, we're going to see soon the game between Elisabeth Paehtz versus Munguntuul, which turns to be a very exciting game today out of Caro-Kann opening. And Miro, I actually had a look during our break, and it's really, not what we expected before. So let's see how the game goes. Elisabeth chose to take on h6.
So she took on h6.
She took on h6.
I think we've seen it before the break, right? And we are not sure like what's happening. Knight c3.
Yeah, turns out, I also analyzed knight c3. Knight c3 is not a good move because then you can just take the knight on c3 with the bishop.
Yeah.
And after bishop takes c3, d3, and then you just take on h7.
And you take on
g7, I mean, yeah.
Anyway, black played queen to b6.
And actually, this is also what we missed. So instead of g takes h6, the best move is actually taking on d4, because d4 is actually the culprit of the problems here. Because without this pawn, the black's attack wouldn't be as great. So you should take on d4, and after queen b6, we forgot the move bishop e3.
Yeah, but still, is white better here?
Yes, white is better.
White is better.
White is better.
And if knight takes, you can take
knight
with
takes
the knight.
e3, exactly.
Right.
And at some point, you might jump to d5 or f5, depending on the situation.
Anyway, so what Elisabeth does, she takes on h6, queen b6, and then she plays knight g5.
Yes,
and computer evaluation, the evaluation bar is screaming that black is winning. So we had no choice but to check, and apparently bishop a3, pawn takes, knight c3,
and it's game over.
Wins for black.
Yes. So bishop a3 is actually, I would say,
it's
a
on the
brilliant
board.
move. It is already on the board.
It's on the board.
She played it.
It's a terrible, terrible turn of events for Elisabeth Paehtz, like overlooking this relatively simple tactic, and there is no way back for white.
No,
Like
I think you have to take it, because otherwise it's made in one on b2. And here,
but there is no
knight
way
c3.
back. Takes, and I guess, I don't guess. I don't know, really. Like, there is no move that I can think of.
There
like
is
queen
actually,
b5
yeah. Well, unfortunately, this is losing on the spot.
Yeah,
bishop
so the
a3.
thing is, like, rook d7, queen b2, and queen b1 is still a checkmate.
Yeah,
you
this is
get a square on
checkmate,
d1, but not. And you do not have the time to say. Yeah, so what I wanted to say, like I say, let's pretend that this is such a strong threat that you have to defend. So if you have an extra move with the queen, right, then you okay, then now you take. All I'm saying, you do not have the time to vacate the e2 square. Like let's say here, if you would go queen e4 and black had to react. No, but it's always a threat of checkmate in one. In the previous move, it's a checkmate in one on b1. So maybe here I can try. Now queen is hanging also. No, it's just it's terrible.
Knight g5 is actually
double question mark. I guess.
Double question mark. Agree. And although g takes h6 was not the best move, but it is still forgivable. But in order to equalize the game here after queen b6, white has to play rook g1.
G1,
and we can actually see what is the difference between those two moves, because after bishop a3, at the very least you can take on g7, rook h7, and then queen d3. Maybe you can get some compensation there. Having the pawn on h6 is something you can.
Yeah, I guess you take, and this is this. Oh, is it enough though? No, I wanted to say it's enough for a perpetual, which is probably wrong. No, yeah, and I have queen e4 with a tempo. And that's exactly what I wanted to achieve. I'm not saying it's great, but okay, so, well, I presume black doesn't have f5 because rook b7 was a check, so you go to, let's say, no, wait, it's a checkmate.
You have to go h8, yeah?
You have to go h8. No, but then queen d4 exchanges the queens. So
but you can just simply take on d7. King goes to e2.
Sorry. Here, exchanging the queens. I didn't realize black is in an exchange up, so I just sacrificed the rook to trade the queens. Yes, rook d7 was the original plan, and then the king is running away, and this is, you still have your threats of queen d4 or queen e5.
Yeah, so wow, but that's That's something,
It's opening catastrophe, that's what it is.
Well-
17 moves with white.
I would say that it's very hard to change your focus because with all these pawns h4, g4, g5, you take on h6, you'd like to continue the battle on that side, and this is actually the big mistake that Elisabeth is doing on her game right now because she neglects her own defense, and now the king is almost get mated, and well, also unfortunately now the best computer line after bishop a3 is to give up your bishop by playing bishop b4. But I don't think it actually save the game or solve the problem at all. You're just
Bishop
giving up the
b4
bishop for
immediately.
free. And she resigns. And we have the first
Wow.
decisive result of the
That's,
second round. This is heartbreaking, truly.
Very, very sad game, of course. Like a loss in 1
1 hour something. 1 hour
1
and
hour
15
minutes, a loss in 17 moves with white. Well, credit to Munguntuul, of course, for finding these tactics and finding the courage to allow g5 and so on. But yeah, poor Elisabeth, it's a very, very painful game to lose.
Yeah, well, with 2 losses back to back, I hope Elisabeth can bounce back before the rest day because, well, we have a rest day after the 5th round. It's still three more games to go until the rest day, and
But it's very hard.
It's very
Honestly,
hard.
like a very hard start
every
to a
round here
tournament.
is hard. Yeah, there is no easy
Yeah.
opponent in this tournament.
No, but seriously, like losing one game, of course, unpleasant, but it's like, it happens,
Yeah.
right? But starting depends, I guess, on what kind of personality you are. But starting a tournament with 2 losses, that's the moment when you're asking, "Am I gonna lose all the games?" Which is which won't happen to Elisabeth, of course. But yeah, this is like really, really, it couldn't get any worse.
Yeah, there's some doubt that you can raise
Yeah.
within yourself, right? If I can do this or not. Yes, yeah. Well, hoping for the best for all the players, for sure. And let's move on to the other game. Let's come back to the game between Humpy and Tan Zhongyi, I guess.
Yeah. So Humpy did take on d5 as was prescribed, but didn't go d6 and instead captured on e2. Yeah,
Yes.
fair enough. And then we said if pawn takes, then queen b5 is tricky, but black has to take with the knight after queen b5. If queen b5 is played, has to go rook c8 and queen b7. I think that was our conclusion.
Right. And I was wondering if white doesn't play queen b5, can white do something else that's, developing the bishop perhaps? I'm so itchy in developing this bishop. I just want to get my pieces out.
Yeah, but very good. Well, is it a position
Maybe
where you
bishop
go to
d2.
d2, so you control a5 and you keep rook b1
Yes,
as an
I
idea.
think
So
so.
after rook b8, maybe go rook b1 and rook c1 is your plan, and to
Yeah. Also, it's quite useful because sometimes, you want to putting extra pressure on the b3 pawn with knight a5, and bishop d2
Yeah.
is useful. And she took it with the pawn.
well, pawn takes. Pawn takes is surprising because now
What happened after
she
queen
better
b5?
have a good plan on what to do after queen b5, because this pawn is about to be lost.
Yes. What is the plan here? So if rook c8, you can just take
One
it
of
with
the
the
rooks,
queen.
yeah, like one of the rooks to c8, yeah.
But there's queen c5, yeah? Takes, and if knight
Queen
c6 goes somewhere, you
c5.
have b4.
Yeah. So originally I thought something like this wins the pawn back, but you have b4, right? And it's black definitely doesn't equalize here. Like maybe black is not like dead lost. Maybe there is some compensation, but they say you're not happy with your opening outcome if you end up in this position. So
Exactly.
she probably means something else after queen b5, but what exactly? Moving the queen
b7 again, maybe.
e6
And
or b7.
yeah, Koneru just did play queen b5. It is now on the board.
Yeah, well, the question is like, do we have a useful discovered attack after, say, white playing b4 Because it's a very ambitious move, of course, but if there is nothing immediately, then I'll play queen c2, well, c2 or c3, d6. I will play queen d6, in fact,
Okay,
and put the knight on c5.
let's put the knight on e5 now.
Knight e5, but then you give
Queen
me the
d4,
square,
yeah?
right? You give me the square, and then knight c5 is happening.
Yeah, it's a curious decision by Tan Zhongyi. So queen b5, yeah, let's take a look once more if we are missing something here. Would it be just c4? Oh, sorry, the knight is hanging. What am I talking about?
It's just like you're kind of behind me by 10 seconds, because the only difference that I didn't say it, but I thought, yeah, okay, but c4, and we sacrifice the pawn, and we have something.
Yeah.
So I blundered the knight exactly the same way, yeah. So, yes, once again, a reminder, we are not only attacking the c5 pawn, but also the knight on c6, and this is why it's so unpleasant for black. Something mysterious happens today, because like first of all this decisive game, and also like, do we expect Tan Zhongyi to get in trouble that early? I definitely didn't.
Yeah, rook c8 is on the board.
She
and
played
now
rook f c8 very quickly, which
Queen-
means probably there is no big plan after
Yeah.
queen b5. She accepts, okay, I
She
lose the
accepts,
pawn,
yeah.
I get some compensation, and we move on.
Yeah. Black has more activity with the pieces. Probably
Yeah.
that's the compensation that she is happy with. So probably, what about switching the queen to the other side of the board? Queen e5 first,
Queen e5.
and then you gotta play bishop b2, and then queen
bishop
h5.
e2, queen h5.
Going
And I
after
can
the
also
king.
take this guy, right?
That is it. Yeah, that's annoying.
Yeah, like doubling, allowing the pawns to be doubled. Yeah, I thought, again, white doesn't have to do it, but I just thought, like, if something like this was to happen, of course queen d4 is like perfectly good move, but I thought even this is like, it's not clear how happy black is about winning the queen like that, because like positionally white is so solid, bishop on d4, and then moving the pawns. But yeah, this line, which is still like very much acceptable for white, it has a huge hole, because white could just go queen d4 and be much better.
Okay. Yeah, rook c8, and now
It's inexplicable what's happening.
where will the queen go after queen takes c5? That's the question, yeah, because if you want to keep looking for more compensation.
All right. Could it be that she's actually planning to trade and go a5, and this way stop the pawn on b3, and then go rook b8, and so on? And it's not a fun way of playing this position. It's pretty much kind of fighting for a draw from the very start. But maybe this draw is achievable. Like I'm just like hoping so.
That's
Yeah,
very
like next
possible.
move rook b8,
No, she
or,
played queen e6.
She does play for
Queen
initiative,
e6, for
right?
initiative,
Queen
yeah.
e6.
So knight e4 is coming, yeah, and possibly, okay, the knight on c6 might move somewhere.
Can I run away? Queen
Knight
c2,
d4.
and queen d1.
Okay,
Maybe knight d4 is, I don't know if you're happy with knight
a bit
d4.
of a stretch, yeah.
Yeah,
maybe.
because then now, like, if you really have to go back, then maybe
Then maybe I'll play knight g4 first. I'll save knight
queen
d4 for
c2,
later.
knight g4. Yeah, I'll probably still go to d1, and then you have queen e5.
Yep.
Double attacking this. And now, wait, queen e5 I can actually take, I just realized.
Ah, because there is bishop
Yeah,
b2.
the knight on a4 protects the pawn on b2, so queen takes, there is bishop b2. There is bishop b2
There
trick.
is knight e5, but it doesn't really work because just queen takes c8 and queen takes
c8, yeah.
a1.
But let's not stop here, because you can take on h2. I just realized.
Right.
King h2.
And then queen e5.
Check on e5, and this was the moment where I was playing queen g4, right? And you took on a1 and bishop b2, and this is
Yes.
how it worked for white. Now I cannot play queen g4 because my king is in check, so I have to go back, and in this line black actually does win an exchange, and probably the game, because next move queen f6.
Right.
So that means after knight h2 I cannot really take, I'll have to play rook e1, and this is where it gets messy, right?
Yeah, I think this is exactly the variation that Tan Zhongyi is trying to play in this game. You know, because you're already down a pawn, you're trying to somehow mud the water and then get the compensation with the pieces activity.
Right,
So
but so maybe I don't have to move queen c2 just yet, right?
that's possible.
But also, what do I do?
What is the threat here? Let's say I just want to play bishop b2. So
Yeah, I was thinking this could be the point, like knight e4, queen c2 or c1.
if queen c1,
Yeah. Was secretly hoping for some like knight d4, knight f3 nonsense, but nah, nothing works.
maybe we can pressurize on b3, knight f5 now,
Knight a5
and then rook
here,
b8,
rook b8 here.
and then knight c4.
Yeah, so there's a lot of jumping and apparently some compensation, but still it's a pawn. It's a pawn and then knight c5, or you know, if you're brave, maybe even like f2, f3, knight goes, knight c5. So it's a very limited window of opportunity for black to prove the compensation, right? If white says, say, gets a couple of moves to solidify to go, I don't know, yeah, like I actually like this plan, f3, rook a2, you know, cover everything on the second rank and white will be just better. So the initiative is there after queen e6, but she has to play, Tan Zhongyi that is, she has to play like very precise, not to, you know,
Not to mess it up, yeah?
not to, yeah, kind of leave this, not to give this initiative away and just be down a pawn. She has to be super precise.
Exactly. Okay, I think it's a good moment for us to switch to the other game that we haven't taken a look at for so long. Aleksandra Goryachkina versus Bibisara Assaubayeva.
Yeah. So, we've stopped here.
After g6 and
After
b4.
g6, b4, right. Bishop to g7, knight c4, and Bibisara decided she has to play c5 herself. Bishop to a3, cb4, bishop b4, castles, rook b1, rook b8, and queen c3.
Wow.
That's quite an original maneuver.
plan,
Yeah, like
yeah.
The queen on c3 is like it's actually kind of hard to tell what white's idea is, but also you feel that something's going on. Like some bishop a5 can happen, right? Or knight a5, knight c6 in some cases. I guess it could be bishop a5. What the trick is?
I think she's preparing for yeah, I think it's bishop a5. I think that's the whole idea. Just pressuring on c7, and then you're trying to provoke the c7 to move, and then you can have the d5 square maybe with the knight later.
Yeah, like how bad is c5?
So bishop f5 most likely will happen in this
c5,
position.
bishop a5. Yeah, it is bad. Because originally I thought I go
But
here,
there's-
but then bishop c7.
Or take on b8 first. Does it work? Or just bishop c7. I think.
Bishop c7.
Yeah,
and
d6.
Rook takes, rook
d6
takes, and
falls.
d6 falls, and everything, pretty much everything falls. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Not great.
So, on the shorter words, black cannot afford on pushing the c7 pawn then. It's going to be quite a disaster for black if the c7 pawn moves.
But then, how do you not move the c pawn? Like if white goes bishop a3. Maybe when you go bishop a3, when white goes
A5.
bishop a3, you can a5. Yes, sorry, knight c5. Yeah, bishop a5, knight c5, and then knight e6. So you keep the position as is, and after bishop a5, you go knight c5. I mean, or trade knight c5, something. Tricky.
But yeah, I agree with your thought. Yeah, this is such an original plan, original maneuver by Aleksandra, because after a few moves, now we see that she switches all the attention to the queen side. Suddenly, you know, she's also preparing because if she doesn't do that, black might be able or have time to go with f5 and then start
Yeah.
all the attack on the king side. So yeah, this is
Maybe
really
black
the battle
still
of
has
wits.
still has to do it. I'm very scared, to be honest, because I also create some tactical tricks on this diagonal for the moment, but kind of the idea was to, at some point, to just kind of go all in, deploy everything, go queen h4, knight f6, you know, maybe lose the c pawn and try for an attack. And you know what, on the other hand, like if white's not interested, can say, I go f3. And the Kinzindian style attack probably won't work because too little pieces left,
yeah.
right? Like f3.
Too few pieces. And
if needed, I can run away.
yeah, yeah, I totally agree with you on that. Yep. Okay, so Bibisara is still thinking right now. She still has to solve all these problems on the queen side, especially on the c7 pawn and on pretty much all the c file. And we'll see whether she's gonna take care of the problem first, or she's, like what you said, going to go all in and then attack the king side like what she used to in the King's Indian openings. And meanwhile, let's go to the game between Tsolakidou versus Salimova.
Okay, something's happening. Something is happening finally. So c7, c6 was
It
the
happened,
answer to
yeah,
rook
we-
e1, bishop b3,
We
knight
discussed
d6,
that move.
a5, bishop
Bishop
c7.
c7.
Once again, if she was planning to go a5, maybe she could
Maybe
go,
she has to
maybe she
do
could
it
go
now.
a5 here so that the bishop goes on a7. I hate Jacobiano. a5, bishop c7, because it's, no, seriously, it's every move transposition leads to a different position with different motifs, different ideas. d4, d5 is common, by the way. Yeah, e d5 and e d4. Now, if the knight takes, and I guess it's knight takes, right?
Yeah,
Takes.
I
What
mean,
does black do?
naturally,
Also takes with the knight.
yeah, naturally you wouldn't like to break your pawn chain, but yeah. But she's thinking quite some time here, deciding whether to take the pawn with the knight or with the pawn, or do we have other?
Well, you have c4, I guess, as a
You have
positional
c4
idea.
as
You have
well.
c4, and if black, or rather when black takes on d5, you go c5. And now, same. Remember the discussion, like slow game, fast game. Like if white takes d4, goes bishop b2, and so on, strategically winning. But who will allow you to have such time? Yes, for the time being, all of the black pieces are pointed towards white king, and I'm guessing something bad is
Some
something bad's gonna happen,
sacrifice,
like
yeah,
bishop
bishop
h3
h3.
or something. And we just lost our applet, it seems.
Not to worry, we can still
Yeah,
see
I
the
hope,
video.
yeah, it'll be fixed. Hopefully, it'll be fixed. But yeah, for now, computer that does not wanna
Cooperate with
work.
us.
Yeah,
Right.
right. So it is a very principal moment, as it often is when the structure's changing, right? So that's one of the things that usually, because that's, you know, that when people start playing chess and start learning chess, you come to this moment where you understand it's impossible, even though you're taught, okay, you have to calculate lines, it's impossible to do it on every move.
Right.
It's impossible. It's counterproductive, you will not have enough energy, and so on and so on. And then you realize, okay, there are critical moments in every game where you have to stop and calculate. And usually, you still, yeah, some of them we miss, and this is where mistakes come from. But usually, you can tell when is the critical moment, right? So
Right.
when, let's say, the structure changes, or you choose like a long-term plan, you choose the character of the game, like you castle short or you castle long, right?
Yeah.
This kind of thing. You block the center or you open the center.
And I think Stavroula sensed that this is actually the critical moment, because if you look at the time right now, she is down by like half an hour on her clock, and Salimova is usually she's down on time, but
Yeah, you
but
told me she's known to
Yeah,
be kind of a time
to
trouble
be-
player herself.
Yeah, but in this game, it's not the case. Stavroula is kind of suffering on her time right now, and probably sensing it rightly about the critical moments. And this is plural, because I guess this Jacobiano that she chose had happened to be quite complicated, as it turns out. And yeah, she has to be careful. But if you watch what she said in the interview. She said that she really likes to play in this event because every round is against strong players, and she just likes it. And this is, I think, the positive spirit that I admire, because, well, who wouldn't like to play in the Grand Prix, right, Miro?
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't like to. I don't like playing strong players. They beat me.
Yeah, but well, here I can see, I mingle with the players, and I can see how the routines are with the players, and some of them come with accompanying person, so they have somebody to join with them during lunches or dinners or even breakfast. But what about you in your active days as a professional chess player?
Right.
Did your second or your coach come with you to the tournaments a lot?
Well, it was a very short period of time, and it wasn't like I wasn't like up there very hard. Like I was around like achieving grandmaster title. And right after I achieved the grandmaster title, I had like a coach who would be, well, sometimes would go with me to the tournaments, and kind of always will be in connection. And later on, it'd be like in open tournaments, you always have somebody as the like. So you have some friends, and then you usually, I think, like you choose one,
Yeah.
and you go together, you discuss the
You
games, you
discuss the
analyze,
game,
something
yes,
like
yes.
this. So for me, it was more of a like person of comfort, so to speak,
Right,
like
yes.
so that if the day went good, then he would share, let's say, you being happy, or vice versa. That like if you're upset and everything, and you need a person to tell, okay, I was an idiot, and he would say, no, you were not. That's
Yeah.
important. That's
some
important
moral
participation.
support, yeah. I think
Absolutely.
that's definitely needed too,
Absolutely.
yeah. And I mean, chess tournaments can be so lonely too if you have such a tense event like this, and then well, depending on your psychology situation, of course, if you're fine by being alone, that's totally okay. But some players, they find it very boring to be
Yeah, and
to be in
imagine-
chess tournament for 2 weeks by yourself.
And imagine you are doing well in the World Cup. So it's a 1 month
It's
of a
1
tournament.
month
Like if you
until
don't
the
have
final.
somebody to talk to,
Yeah.
it can be very hard.
All right.
But
so
you're right about Stavroula. Now I realized actually. So that's how to say. She had a good result in the first leg.
Yep.
So she's already she gets this feeling that I will not get destroyed. I can play with these players.
Yes.
And also she doesn't have that much of a pressure. That because when you come to a tournament as the favorite, that means like you're one of the strongest, which is kind of a good thing. But also it's a lot of pressure on you. Right, and imagine you come as the favorite, and then you have a couple of like rounds where you are shaky, and it's time to doubt yourself.
Yeah.
And the other, you see, okay, and my main rivals, they're actually doing good, and so on. And for her, exactly, she can enjoy it. She can indeed, like today, I play a very strong player, and tomorrow I play a very strong player. What a wonderful life! Yeah,
Yeah.
Great attitude.
Great attitude, yeah. I mean, great players. They don't only play great chess, yeah, but also they have to be having this great attitude and great approaches to the game, like mentality, very great mentality as well. And okay, let's continue analyzing this position, Miro. So
I just realized, is this technically a move? D takes c6 because black is forced to do that, right? And I feel like taking on b7 is way too optimistic.
Way
I
too
don't want to do
optimistic,
it,
yes.
but I'd say if I go knight c4 and trade the queens, I don't know what black does. Does black take on d1? Or maybe not. Maybe it just does this. So I'm saying if white wins back the c3
Queen
pawn, the
c2?
structure is kind of pleasant.
you
But
can
yeah,
try
but
queen c2.
c2 somehow this knight d5 happens, and yeah, maybe the whole thing is like maybe I'm over optimistic with dc6. Anyway, that explains
Yeah.
why she's thinking for so long, because
Exactly.
indeed, like when we've seen it first time, your first temptation, I think I've even shown it, like I said, like knight d4. That's your first reaction, automatic recapture. The pawn on d4 was taken, and it's very often it will be pretty much the only move you would think in this position. But the more we look, we discover that there is at least an idea, an attempt to go c4 and c5, or who knows, maybe c4, c takes, and c takes, or knight
Yeah.
d4. And none of those look great, but you have to try to kind of make at least one of them work, or even
Yeah, this
figure
is-
out which one's the best.
This is definitely the dangerous time for white now. I mean, just take a look at the pair of bishops on c7, c8, and also the knights on f6, g6. They're ready, you know, to do some sort of damage.
Let's find how black gets to the white king, if black gets to the white king. So I'm not even sure if I want to take on d4. I probably want to play bishop b2, take on d4 with the bishop.
There's knight f4. Yeah.
Knight f4,
That
and
looks-
then knight f1.
Maybe I'll put in knight e4
Yeah,
even.
like the thing is too many. Well, knight e4, like at least I can eliminate this guy.
Okay, bishop takes.
Bishop takes and queen d4. Here somehow I feel like I might be alive, because it's also starting to create some threats and establishing some sort of coordination. Rook to d1. So
Yeah, that's
it
probably it.
could be like you're losing some energy by going knight e4, and maybe it is already the time. Yeah, because I feel like black has to have like very strong initiative. I'm just not sure how to do it. Could it be that it's the time already to like? Okay, there is this stupid line, like take g2.
And then queen d7, or
Yeah, I was thinking bishop h3, queen d7, but it's too much. Yeah.
let's start with queen d7.
Yeah, the queen d7 is of course interesting, and I would have to drop the knight back, I guess.
Looks like it's pretty safe for the king actually.
Yeah, and then knight.
Knight goes to g3, yes. And she played c4. So this
So
potentially
she did
can
play
happen.
c4,
Yeah.
right. And again, that's not necessarily good, but that's the most ambitious for sure. Like the most ambitious attempt you can have in this structure, it would be, yes, to do this and to try to
Yeah,
collect those.
exactly.
Okay, maybe collect d4, let's say, and block d5, say it's isolated, I don't care.
Yeah, Salimova took the pawn on d5, and I
Takes-
think we're gonna
yep.
see c5.
Takes the pawn on d5. And
Because Stavroula already spent some time. I think she has to, you know, reply this move quickly. I think it should be within her calculation anyway. So
Yeah.
she's gonna decide it very soon.
yeah, if you spent like half an hour before playing c4, then one of the moves you looked at is c takes d5, probably the main move you looked at. And now stopping it and starting to calculate again would be second guessing. And that means, yeah, usually not a great sign. Like, at least like me personally, I remember it's occurred to me that like I spend a lot of time, I play a move. The opponent plays the move which is pretty much obvious, and you start thinking again.
Could bishop b2 a move? Could it be a move, bishop b2?
Yeah, I guess. It's just that I don't think white fights for advantage this way. Maybe he does. Who knows?
Okay.
So if dc4, just
knight
knight
takes
c4
c4.
and take on d4.
Yeah.
And again, try to equals. Yeah, maybe. But then again, it's not about like if white has or doesn't have other moves here. It's weird that what else would you calculate after c4 then, right? So c4 was black. Could black do something else? Maybe he could. cd4. So Stavroula might get in a time trouble herself, right? So it's move 16,
Yep.
or rather move 17 for her to play. Half hour left, and in a very, very complex position.
Complex and critical. Yeah, every move has to be precise here. Otherwise, it might
Yeah.
be the case with Elisabeth again, right?
Yeah.
When she neglected the defense and the critical moments. Okay, so now I think I'm liking bishop b2 better than c5. I think it's time for white to also employ all the pieces on the board.
So you think bishop b2?
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be. Bishop b2, and what else black can do? d3. Yeah, how about d3? Because you should win this pawn eventually, but it's
Okay,
not easy to do it right now, right?
that's right. So, okay, I'll take on d5 right now.
CD5, and if knight d5.
Jump with the knight. I think in this position, white has to be a bit crazy, not really materialistic. So, knight e4, but and I want to trick you with queen d2.
Yeah, I get it.
If it is a trick, though.
That's a big question. Yeah, I also thought of, let's say,
No,
going
no, no.
here, no?
There's also queen c3
Queen c3.
that's the trick.
That's the trick.
because you cannot stop it with f6, and you have to play knight e5 or something. Yeah, which I can just simply take.
You'll take.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was the trick.
So maybe you have to go knight d5 then.
Knight d5
Yeah.
back, yeah, controlling this, but
So
then
that's
you
the
take
thing. I think I
d3,
can take on
right?
d5 and then take on h6, so I can go knight f6 and take on your queen on d5. And then take it with a check, and then
And take the
winning the c7 bishop as well.
Yeah.
Yeah?
So bishop here, cd5, and if I take on d5, you are planning to go knight e4, and if I take on b4, queen d2.
I don't know how good
Nice.
is the
Oh,
variation,
looks tricky.
but it feels like white has to do something like this. You know, white shouldn't really care about giving up pawns like that in order to get
I
activity.
agree. Like, if you do get this position on the board, once again, I don't know how accurate, let's say, black's play. Like, does black have to play d3? Does black have to take on d5? But if you get this on the board, that the least of your worries, like defending the b4 pawn, because what we were talking about for black, like two knights pointed at the king and so on, now it applies for white as well, right? So both
Yeah.
bishops developed, and
Exactly.
white kind of is the first to start moving towards opponent's king. And that makes this position so hard to calculate. This makes this game so entertaining, but also hard for the players to play. 'Cause
Yes.
on every move there is a decision, and on every move it's a lot of tactics that you have to calculate, and quite likely it will be left behind the scenes, right? So you spend, I don't know, 15 minutes calculating, does this work? Some crazy combination. If it doesn't, you play a move, and on the next move you check again, right?
Right.
Does it work? Does it
Yeah.
work? Does it work?
I think we have to move on
Yeah,
and then see
let's
other
do.
games. Let's also update ourselves on the Kateryna's game against
Yeah,
Divya.
Lagno with Divya. Here it doesn't really
Change
look
mode.
like doesn't really look like anything's happening. So knight g3, rook e8, knight f5, and then black captures, goes knight e7, is knight g6. For a brief moment of time, white gets a pair of bishops, but then after knight d2, knight f4, I don't even know. Wait a second. Queen f3. If black wanted to, I think that could equalize with knight e2, knight c1. It's a little bit, spending too much time, like taking this bishop, but also the bishops of opposite colors. So black first plays queen d7. And
And I
keeps an
think,
option of knight e2, nonetheless.
G3 was played, forcing the knight to do
G3.
something.
Knight e2, I guess king g2.
Is there a follow-up attack here, or white is just fine? Yeah, you just take on c1 maybe.
Yes, white's fine, but
But you
also-
can delay on take on c1. It doesn't have to be now.
Right. I think you actually want to delay taking on c1. First you want, let's say, this knight to go to b3 and not somewhere else, right?
But also, is bishop f5
Maybe bishop f5 is
a
a
threat
trick.
there? Yeah. So gotta be careful with that too.
Queen d7, g3. Is there an alternative to, like, if we wanted to attack, can we do something here?
The good
This
thing,
check.
the good thing for white is the queen is protected. Otherwise, a move like queen h3 would be quite dangerous.
But is this an idea? To go a check. G2, I guess.
And if there is any knight G5, at the very least, white has queen F5.
Queen F5, yeah. Right, yeah. No, this is just like playing with fire. So I guess black has to go knight E2. Now, what I'm surprised with, couldn't white go G3 here?
To stop everything?
It is, well, not everything. I'm regrettably unable to stop everything, and actually it is quite risky because I give black even more time. You have to go with queen D7, queen H3. But I'm trying to stop knight F4 and prove that, you know what, my pair of bishops is actually kind of real. Looks good. And kind of try to do the same. I don't know, queen F3, queen H3, and I guess knight D2 now.
Yeah, you have to protect the queen. Or queen G2, just to
maybe queen G2.
simplify it.
Try to exchange it. Even that one, like, how better it is for white, like being so much undeveloped. Yes, it's somehow one of those clever opening move orders that is too sophisticated for us to understand, because to me it looks like white got absolutely nothing out of the opening. So knight E2, knight C1.
Yeah. Okay. I think we can also take a look at our game before we. Yeah, let's go to Koneru's game before we take the next break, because Tan Zhongyi is showing what she has in mind, trying to get as much compensation as she can with the activity of her pieces. And now queen E6, queen C3.
Humpy played queen to C3 after knight E4, queen D3, knight E5, and queen to D1. So a lot of jumping with the queen, but eventually bishop B2. I guess bishop B2 is the next move.
Yes.
How do we try to attack this king with black? Somehow getting the rook on like G6 or something would be nice, but then the queen is in the way. The queen on E6 is in the way. Maybe there's not much for black, in fact. And
Or probably just double up the rooks on the C file, yeah? Like,
go-
okay, rook
go
C6 is a
here,
good start to go.
and go here, right?
Yep.
Up and C8. I don't know why, but I want to put it on D4.
But I will go rook C2. Just out of principle. The 7th rank or 2nd rank.
Yeah. And attack F2, right?
Yeah, probably knight G4 now. I don't know if I should be worried of F3, but looks like
No,
No?
you should not. There will be something.
just maybe now just sack on H2. Is it a move?
Knight
And then
H2.
knight G3, queen H6, knight G3, and I'm threatening a mate there. Yeah.
Yeah, if king H6, have a feeling there is like a lot of solutions. Like one of them.
No, queen H6 check,
But
king G1, and knight
yeah,
G3.
I agree. This one is checkmate. I'm saying like it's not the only solution because I don't see a defense after queen G6.
Ah,
for instance.
okay.
It's like, yeah, queen H6. Your line works, of course. That's the most straightforward, perhaps. Yes, this queen H1, impossible to stop. But it was quite a cooperative line from whites. So what sorry, queen D1, rook C6, right? Bishop B2, rook here, and I went bishop D4, which was terrible. And I guess I have to try to trade the queens, maybe, or believe it or not, I will try to go queen D4.
Queen D4.
Because I also sometimes checkmate
Right.
the king, right? And if you play F6, you're kind of shutting down the play a lot
Yeah,
on the
don't
6th
I
rank.
don't really like that. So okay, maybe rook C8 is a bit too slow then. Yeah, queen d4, I like your move because it's a really good move.
Yeah, it's like you're connecting the rooks. Also, maybe some rook c1 will happen. So white, what white wants is to simplify the game. Pawn
Okay,
up and
so maybe this is the time for the queen to somehow be on the g file or h file. Like I don't know which one, but g file, let's say.
yeah. Do we see something here?
Yes, and we can just play rook d8 here because there is knight f2, rook d1.
So bad.
Yeah, because the pieces are quite underdeveloped there. The rook on a1 is still not doing anything. You have to sacrifice something.
b5.
Queen b5 and maybe rook d1 immediately. Can it be the move? Rook d1 now.
Yeah. Queen e2.
What to do here?
There should be a checkmate.
There should be
somehow.
a checkmate, yes. Oh, where
There
is the
should be
checkmate?
a checkmate somehow. Wait a second. I liked your rook d8. Queen b5. No, what I want it to be... Okay, let me... Again, it doesn't work. My problem with like the beautiful lines that I can find that they do not work. I want it to be queen g3 somehow. So I don't know, like rook on the 6th rank, and I go queen g3.
No,
and
that was like like
you
the
mean
study
the
of
Marshall?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't the study. It was the game.
It was the game. Yeah, it feels like a
Levitsky,
study,
Marshall,
though. Yeah.
right? Queen g3, but like if you get the rook on the 6th rank or something, but yeah, there is a fun-looking move, queen a6, which traps the rook, but now there is bishop b2. So rook d8 is great. Queen b5.
Oh,
no,
what about queen h5 now?
Queen h5 now. Finally.
Yeah, that
bravo,
is
bravo.
wow.
Queen h5.
We're just
Double
creating
attack.
a study now.
Double attack.
Queen
and when
h5.
queen takes, it's knight f2,
Yeah.
rook f2, rook d1, and a checkmate.
Yep.
How did we do this? We went queen g6. It's actually not too far from reality.
Not too far.
Not
yes.
too far from reality. After queen g6, if white is greedy and takes the d5 pawn, apparently white is losing.
Rook d8, yes.
Because, yeah, well, alternatively you can go queen c4, so the queen is not hanging on b5.
But still doesn't change anything, no? Or even in this position, I think, I mean, queen h5 is
it does
enough.
change because
You have to
queen
take.
h5 I can go with h3, right?
There's something there.
There is. Queen h5, h3.
Oh, yeah, I think this is, we can insert rook d1 now. I don't know if the diagonal between the queen on e2 and h5 could mean something. Like here, if queen e2.
Now I have like some extra options like rook a2 as well, but yeah, queen e2.
What is going on here?
My problem is I do not believe that this holds for white, but I also don't see. I also don't see how.
Straightforward answer.
Yeah, how do you win? So
Yeah,
queen d5 check
queen
here.
c4 then.
This. There
Queen
should
c4.
be a win, of course.
Okay, let's just win it in a very boring way. Let's play knight d2.
Yeah, fair enough.
Very boring way.
We are not allowed to do it. We are not allowed to do it. Yeah, knight d2. Yeah, I agree. Knight d2 is. But how don't we checkmate when it's terrible, terrible, terrible?
What about we just play, hang on, rook d1, queen e2, knight h4, attacking g2, but you have f3.
So this one, queen d5, knight f3 here. I mean, there should be many ways of winning this one, to be honest.
Something with knight h4 or...
I like rook d8. Is rook c2 a move? No. This is a bit of a problem. And when you're looking at only like one part of the board, which I sometimes do, and I believe people at home do a lot, then you tend to forget like other parts of the board exist. So queen d1, queen g6. Well, to be honest, perhaps the answer is that white shouldn't even consider taking d5 pawn,
Yeah,
because
I
it's
don't
too
think
dangerous.
it is
Like
the
a move
right
like
move.
f3 it's probably much more to the point.
Rook h3. Sorry, the pawn f3, not rook h3. Yeah, I think.
Well, at least I know that if you have to go back, then I'm safe. Then
Oh,
I'll
knight
go
g5 then.
5, but still bishop b2, or I'm blundering something.
And then I can play rook
It's not
c2.
impossible.
Rook c2.
Rook c2 and knight h3.
Or
you're
knight
trying-
f3, whichever ways.
Yeah. So bishop b2 doesn't work. Bishop b2 doesn't work. And
Yeah, it's
then
always tricky with these two knights, yeah?
Yep.
So maybe king h1, but king h1 I still play rook c2. That's actually one of the main ideas here.
Moreover, if you play king h1 here, it's still rook c2.
Oh, yeah, rook c2,
And
there's
some
knight
knight
g3.
g3 tricks.
Yeah.
So queen g6 not a bad move, and white has to be clever.
Yep. Well, while the players are still thinking, Miro, yeah,
Yep.
and we are almost in the critical moments of all the games. I think it's a good time for us to take our second break. And yeah, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned because every single game now is still getting more interesting. So see you in a few minutes.
我的心情应该说非常的激动，但从外表看起来比较平静，但是内心里早已波涛汹涌。后来去休息室也大哭了一场，就是情绪很难用语言来形容吧，一种如释重负的感觉。
I've been thinking about it since the time I started playing chess, so it's nothing different to me. The match in itself is something that I've always wanted to be playing, and now that I got the chance, I'm grateful for the opportunity.
我记得最后一盘棋，我就是在一个少一兵的撤兵惨剧中，也是费尽千辛万苦把这盘棋夺下来了。如果没有顽强的意志，我可能就没有办法能下到加赛。
The main approach is to go to every game in the right mindset, be fully ready physically and mentally, and just go there and play good moves. And yeah, I'm going to try my best. In general, I'm very universal, and I can play all types of positions, and my calculation is usually quite precise and deep.
我的优点比起他来，可能年纪稍微长一点，经验更加丰富一点。然后在棋上面，我可能比较擅长一些子力调动的类型的局面，然后我可能技术处理上比较细腻吧。
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Things are heating up here on the second round of the second leg of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix, and the beginning of the second hour of the game. We had one decisive result, and Elisabeth Paehtz lost another round against Munguntuul Batkhuyag, who managed to play a very, I would say, tactical finish. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was also a blunder by
It was
Lidzi
it
as
was
well.
a it was a blunder, of course, by Elisabeth Paehtz, but Munguntuul had to find it, which she did.
Yes, and therefore we have 4 games left, still going on the second round. Which one would you like to see first, Miro?
Yeah, Goryachkina with Assaubayeva developed quite a bit, and it is, if you ask me, it is somewhat confusing because at in a current moment, White is down the pawn. We can say, yeah, okay, there is some compensation, of course, piece is active, but the evaluation that I can see is plus 1.7 for White, which means White is dominant, White is winning. And the last move, what's interesting, the last few moves were Queen went to h4. Remember, we were discussing this possibility, and I think you were to mention that whenever Black plays c5, he's in trouble, and that's pretty much what it is.
Yeah, but
So
this
Queen
is
h4,
exactly what I had in mind
Queen
whenever
c4,
c5 happens.
f takes, Rook f1, very calm move, defending f2. Black's counterplay is stopped. This falls, very likely d6 falls. Not a great position. Not a great position for Black. The bishop cannot take part in the game. I think you probably have to do
Offer the trade.
have to do knight f6, and the question is what White does.
Probably just knight e3.
Knight e3, so you don't want to trade.
I don't want to trade. Next move, I'm just going to take on a6, for example.
Yeah, but then when you take a6, Black goes d5, and this is...
Yeah, I mean,
thought
depends on what you move here, because I don't think you can move any other piece but
also,
the knight.
there's also bishop c7. No, you
Exactly.
can go bishop h6, that's what I thought. Like... anyway, knight e3, of course, I agree. It is a candidate move, but all I'm saying that this is not fun for Black either. Like, you take here...
You cannot take with the rook because of bishop d8.
Yeah, rook takes
So-
bishop d8, queen takes, White can just like win the
Take on
pawn
e4,
back, and
yes.
it's pleasant. White can then even like going bishop c7,
No, bishop
queen
c7.
e7,
Uh-huh.
queen d5. Nah, I should probably just take.
Just
and
take,
and then
yeah,
queen
just
b7 or queen c6, something like that. Yeah, it could be knight e3 is kind of more ambitious. Anyway, knight f6 played.
Yep.
Knight f6 is played.
Or would you just play bishop c7 here?
Maybe bishop c7 here, so that if Black trades, he loses the most important pawn, which is pawn on d6. If he loses d6, that means that you probably lose a
Right.
couple of pawns more. Anyway, feels like Goryachkina's position is dominant. Then Stavroula against Salimova on the second. I don't know why I call it second board. It's just like, yeah, it's not
The second board on our
second
screen.
board on our in our list of the games. Yeah.
Yeah, so the last position we saw was after c4 here, and then c takes d5, and here Stavroula decided to take on the d4
Knight
pawn,
e5, knight 2
and
to
offering
f3.
a trade to f3, and now Salimova is still thinking.
Yes, something to notice is, of course, the situation on the clock. 13 minutes only left for Stavroula. And not only that, after knight f3, you'll have to take back with the knight. If Black was to take on f3, right? Queen f3 looks attractive, but I don't see how it works tactically because it doesn't.
Yeah, just lose on the spot, I guess.
Yeah, like if I play one more move, bishop b2, all of a sudden I'm very happy because I get the pieces the way that I want them to be. But yeah, it's just dc4, it never works, so that means you have to take back. And this is, I guess, equal. But also the question remains: what happens if Black gets greedy and takes the pawn? Because it's not so obvious. This maybe.
Or maybe, yeah, what to do then?
Knight c4. Yeah, you don't want to be taking on c4, right? Even if it wins back the pawn, which I'm not sure it does.
Yeah, probably rook a2. Rook a2,
Rook
double up
A2,
on the
rook
e-file.
E2 and claim the compensation, but how much of a compensation there is? It's a tricky position here. Somehow, Stavroula spent a lot of time, and out of one
She
very
just,
complex position, she created the other very complex position.
right, she just took on c4, by the way. Yeah,
Yeah.
she is asking this
Salimova
question. Yeah,
took
what
on
is her
c4.
compensation for the extra pawn?
The most
Queen
principal.
c2 just was played.
Queen c2. Yeah, so this way you do get the chance to win the pawn back. So black has one problematic piece, which is the bishop on c8.
That's true. I was trying to make this work with queen d6, this sort of battery, but it's not working. I mean,
Yeah.
the knight on d4 and f3, they're like chained together.
Is this too bad? Like to go b5. And yeah, like I'm trying to defend the knight, of course. En passant happens, bishop takes. And then... So the hope was that if white has nothing better than to take, then I go bishop b7, and at least I can pretend that this is called the advantage of two bishops, not disadvantage.
Right,
But
but what if we don't take it? Let's
Yeah,
say
maybe
after
white
queen
can-
c2, okay, if you play b5, then takes on...
Yeah, it kind of takes on b6.
I think you have to end
You're gonna have to take on b6, yeah.
And let's say knight f5.
Yeah, playing against the king, maybe. But then again, bishop takes, queen takes. For the time being, black keeps an extra pawn, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it's not much, but yeah, it's not playing for the maximum for sure. Like b5 is just to be in the game. What is playing for the maximum? Knight d6, knight e4.
Queen c2 first.
Yeah, queen c2. Maybe this is what black can try. Kind of playing for the maximum. It spends a lot of time jumping with the knight around, but
Bishop
then
f4.
bishop f4. Yeah.
Yeah, there's knight b5, but I think you just take on the bishop.
Knight c7, some rook
probably
d1
rook
or rook
rook
c1.
c1,
Yeah,
yeah.
this is a great compensation at the very least. Yeah. This is something black should not enter. Which leaves you with not that many options. Maybe indeed b5. Maybe indeed b5. Yeah, well, queen d6 is also not bad.
Yeah, you just trade this one.
Allow
yeah.
them trade, and then you go bishop d7, I thought.
Yeah, why not? And then rook c8 is coming.
Bishop e3, some rook c8. Both queens are kind of exposed, right? Queen on d6.
But probably black is still better because of the, again, pair of bishops. And yeah, this position, you can play knight d5 too at some point for black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but this is like, again, for me, if you ask me, it's a nightmare for the commentator, because like it's very nice when you have a pawn structure and you can tell, okay, this is the, you have to prepare this break in the center. There is no general things you can say about this position apart from black is up a pawn. Yeah, so you have to calculate and you have to come up with lines and so on and so on. Yeah, seriously, I feel like b5 could be the move still, but you never know. So
Yep.
there is that.
And
there
let's
Koneru?
no, let's see Lagno again against Divya, just a little bit there, because I don't think we're gonna spend so much time on this position. And after bishop f5,
we've seen g3, I think.
yes, and then knight e2 is kind of
Knight
forced.
e2, king g2, and black decided to go rook e7, bishop f5, queen c6, knight b3, and eventually you have to take on c1.
Yep.
Knight c1, rook a to c1.
And now it's black's turn. possibly she's gonna go for rook a e8. I think that's what she had in mind before.
Rook a8 is a move. Well, is knight e4
Knight
a
e4.
move?
Yeah, it's worth
Knight
calculating.
e4, well, at least kind of to consider.
Also a5, since the knight is on knight on b3, we can use this tempo
a5 is an option.
for a4
yeah.
and a3.
Because white doesn't have a4, the pawn will be taken. Yeah, I actually like a5. It's not like why black wins anything immediately, but seizing more space on this side of the board is nice. I guess the reaction has to be like knight d2, so if a4 is played, white is reacting to it with a3.
Or could white play c4 immediately instead of a3? Because you cannot take, queen c6 takes, bc6 and rook c4. That could be a problem, yeah?
Yeah, it's possible. Something like that.
Takes on d5.
Yeah, queen d5.
And then probably just... can
Yeah,
I
it can
jump?
still be... Still somehow this is like the endgame is more pleasant for black.
Or knight e4 now.
I take twice, right?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I just thought I'm not a very confident person. Let me tell you. So when you said you go knight e4, I said yeah, I'm probably missing something. Yeah. No, well, but it could be not so bad. I mean, why do you want to go c4? Like what I thought that
A3
it's
first,
actually
okay.
fine. Yeah.
And then if I
you
go
bishop
b5?
d3.
I don't
okay.
trust b5, but it's just
It's okay. I mean,
it's
I
just
don't
an
think
idea.
white's playing for a win at this point, and is white really worse now? So just go rook e1, or maybe this rook to e1 to be able to go king f1 and trade everything. I feel like we are steering towards a draw, to be honest.
But probably after a5, you just try to scare your opponent first, and after knight d2, then okay, it's time for the rook to go to the center. So rook e8.
Ah yeah, not allowing rook e1, fair enough.
And then you can try to disturb with queen a4, let's say, or queen b5.
Yeah, black's position is still kind of more pleasant to play, I agree. So it should be a draw if played perfectly, but that's white who has to be careful.
Right. Okay.
In Humpy's game against
In
Tan
Humpy's
Zhongyi,
game, so after queen d1, it's rook c6.
We will not know what happens after queen g6 because it was not played. Rook c6 was played instead.
Yep, and bishop b2. Yeah, I think we analyzed rook c6, we liked it, but after bishop b2, we feel like if you trade this knight and then if the queen goes to d4,
this was the
idea.
problem. And I'm not sure if it's like a real problem or a fake one, but it is a problem, and we just we didn't even come up with the move here. We just said okay, f6, we don't like f6.
So
this
gotta be
is
ready with queen d4 then.
Yeah. And now you can no longer play queen g6,
G6
because the knight's hanging.
So is the knight able to move somewhere here now, like knight g4, let's say?
Knight g4 is always an option.
And whenever there's queen d4, maybe you can throw in queen h6.
Yeah, queen d4, you'll go queen h6,
h3,
h3, and I don't know. It's tempting to somehow come up with a sacrifice, but I don't see how it works. I mean, it just doesn't.
Rook
right?
c2, probably.
Yeah, okay. It's a few moves that I'm forced to react the way you'd like me to react, but
And then queen g5.
queen g5 attacking this guy.
Now it works.
Queen g4.
Takes e3.
Take on e3, king h1. g7 is still hanging.
That's true.
So it works to an extent, because you can say, okay, rook and what? Rook and a pawn and active rooks, and the knight is kind of, white is discoordinated, so maybe you could tell, maybe you can say that, okay, it's enough for black to have like this position and we'll figure it out later.
If I play rook takes b2, would it be too much?
I don't know.
Takes on b3.
Not necessarily, but also queen.
Or also queen c3.
Queen c3, queen e2. No, maybe takes on b3. Queen d4. So 3 pawns, right?
Yeah, 3
or
pawns.
Or is it not 2 pawns for now?
Oh yeah.
Because
I
we
thought it was
started
3.
pawn down, right?
Right,
we took
yeah.
f2, e3, b3,
Yeah.
but we started pawn down. That's why it's only 2 pawns. Then it could be
Yeah, I don't think
too
it's good.
optimistic. And I guess we are about to find out, because knight g4.
Knight g4 happens,
Knight
yeah.
g4
Bishop b2,
is
knight
played.
g4.
Bishop b2, knight g4.
And
now
queen
white,
d4 was...
yeah, that's what we were thinking. By the way, after h3, what's the big plan after h3? Will she take over there?
Yeah, good question. I think she is bound to sacrifice something, and I
Yeah,
think
because if you
F2
come back, right, you kind of give white the time to bring more pieces in. Also, you leave, yeah, so even like queen d4 and rook c1 next move. It's not very convincing. So the feeling is that after knight g4, h3, you are planning to sacrifice, right? But I don't see it how. Maybe check some rook c2 stuff. No, I don't understand it.
Yeah, I'm trying to calculate a few lines here, but none of them I think is working. So probably, hang on, what if h3 and then queen h4? And if you take then rook h6?
But you cannot get queen h4
Oh,
from
sorry.
e6.
Another blind spot
Okay.
there.
Yeah, well, to double on the h file would be
Would be the
not
dream,
bad
yeah.
at all. Yeah, but somehow, it could be that you have to go back to like maybe you go h6 f5. Don't know. But it's again, we are coming back to discussing a position pawn down. Yes, where black might have some compensation, but there is little doubt who's better. So our conclusion, our grandmaster conclusion, is that queen, what was it? Queen g6, yeah. Our tricky line
Yeah,
was good.
queen g3. I think queen g3 was the
Our
move.
tricky line was good, and this one we are not so sure.
Yeah, it's proven now because Tan Zhongyi, you know, might not be able to use the benefit of these two knights. Yeah, I like this move h3. Just try to question, hey, what are you going to do with the
Yeah,
knights, right?
To clarify the situation entirely.
I think, yeah, you have to sacrifice something. Takes, king
Okay,
takes.
I'm considering this very, very boring way of playing.
Or what about queen e4 instead of that?
You can do queen e4, yeah. But queen e4, rook c1,
Rook g6.
g6, queen f3.
There's queen f3.
There, right.
Yeah, unfortunately there's
I
no
mean, you
rook
can even
f6.
continue like giving checks and so on, but I don't see why would we do this if we can.
Just double up the rooks.
If we can double, so yeah, like the logic behind my rook c8 move, because we tried some direct approaches, it doesn't really work, and it's more of a positional sacrifice, because for now the knight on a4 is far away, and we still have some threats, of course, like go to c2. Now, if they play rook c1, this is where we take and go queen e4, right?
Yes, I agree.
This is where we take and then they go queen. Now this yeah, like even like e4 in some cases, or d4 in some cases, like queen e4, rook c2.
Or queen f5.
Queen f5, rook c2.
Queen
Yep.
f5, rook c2.
So now it feels like
The knight
white
is
pieces
offside.
are all over the place, like really bad coordination. The bishop on c1 hanging, sometimes the knight offside. Yeah, so maybe h3 is a bit too optimistic then.
So since the knight might just sacrificing itself to f2, then probably white has to anticipate that. But the rook on c6 is ready to enter the game via the c file or the 6th ranked.
Okay, another version. I'll just go rook c1 and try to trade here.
So suppose black attacks the rook, then you take it back with the bishop, I guess.
Yep. I have to take back with the bishop, because if I take with the queen and no longer eyeballing the knight on g4,
Yeah.
I think black would be very happy to play queen d6.
Or queen h6, either way, yeah.
Yeah, but d6, I think d6 specifically because it forces me g3. After queen h6 I have h3, right? But queen d6 attacks is on the diagonal, I have to go here, maybe then you go queen h6, and anyway, after g3 all these lights go weaknesses. I'm not very happy with how it looks. And neither seems to be Tan Zhongyi, who's down to 20 minutes only after 20 moves. Yeah, today it's absolutely different. Look, I mean, we will have a lot of time troubles today. We have one game finished, we will have a lot of time troubles, and we have Lagno with Divya, which develops a little bit slow, and
Yeah.
maybe will be eventually might happen to be our longest game of the round, but all the rest is like very sharp.
Exactly, and we can switch back to the game between Goryachkina versus Assaubayeva, because it turned out to be the position that we kind of discussed before. That after
Knight f6
and bishop
yeah.
c7.
You were right. Bishop c7, knight takes, queen f6.
Okay, now the question is, do you take on d6 or not? Even if you take, you have to take it with the queen, because with the bishop there's rook d8, and if you take it with the queen, what's gonna happen?
Queen takes, bishop takes, rook d8, yeah? Guess you can take c5.
You can take c5, you can also
Rook
play rook
d2.
b1. But I don't think that's a better move. I think bishop c5 is a...
You mean rook d1 here?
Yeah. But it's not really helping the position actually after bishop f8. I mean, takes rook b8, bishop f8, takes king g7. Yeah, it's not
Then
really helping. D2 is
drops,
lost, yeah.
right? D2 drop. Well, still rook c8 and takes, but it's like it's equal material. And it's a rook endgame. Yeah, so white still retains some winning chances, but not a lot. No. I think that is correct. Queen takes, bishop takes, rook d8, bishop c5.
Takes d2, and maybe now rook
takes,
b1.
and now I was hoping to go rook b1. Which is really awkward for black.
Yeah.
But still not the end, right? Or maybe it is. Where do you go?
f6?
Yeah, then there is one, not necessarily the strongest, but like one very annoying way of playing would be bishop e3,
Takes.
rook c2, and rook b6. So attacking this, and then winning the a6 pawn. And it's equal material, but it's so
difficult.
So stupid position to play. Like you have this terrible bishop on f6, this one's weak, this one will start moving, and you're playing Goryachkina, who is a very good technical player. But she's not in rush. What I like about Aleksandra's approach here, she's not in rush to take, because she might have other options.
But I think all the attention has to be there because you have to free up your rook on f1, but it's not going to be possible because f2 is kind of hanging. So I think, or might she be thinking about queen takes e4?
Yeah, you could consider queen e4 and then like going back to c6 or b7. Also, not impossible. Well, in fact, you want to go back to d5 and take d6, right?
Yeah.
Just took one more pawn.
Because d6 will be still a weakness anyway, so
Rook
you can pressurize it
f7.
at some point. Give a check.
I guess this.
And probably queen somewhere. Queen c6? Oh, no. Queen c6 doesn't really work. Queen c6 immediately instead of checking on
Yeah,
a8.
you can go queen c6 immediately. The plan was still to go bishop f8. And I guess white should be able to win a pawn in some way. Yeah. Even f3. After you took on e4, maybe you can play f3. Yeah, I'm losing it. I don't see it. Like, at some point I thought I found a way for black to continue after queen e4, and then once again I'm not sure.
Yeah, she's pausing. So is it possible that we miss something after queen takes d6? Because if it's that clear, the resulting position like what we discussed, then I think she should really go for it.
What else can you do? You can go king g8, which is again not the most pleasant thing to do.
Can give a couple of checks, yeah?
Yeah.
Rook. And then b7. And probably now...
This one's still hanging though, right?
You can still do a4. And then bishop b6.
Like a5
And then a5
rook
and
a7,
get the
rook
pawn on
but
a6.
usually they somehow have enough counterplay in this case. Rook a2, a5, and say
Takes with the pawn.
e3, e4 now.
But rook e7.
Rook e7, yeah. No, what am I doing? What e3? No, bishop h6. I go bishop h6.
And probably I'll play rook e7
Rook
first.
e7.
e7.
Rook e7.
I'll keep that pawn for later.
You can actually go
Because
here
you want to
as
go bishop
well.
d2, right? I think.
Yes, here I would like to go bishop d2.
Take on e5. Oh no, I cannot. Oh, that's the trick.
Ah,
Check and bishop
yeah,
f4.
Finally, I was waiting for something, but it's incredible. Like, I was looking for some way to trick you. Not like trick you, but find a trick for black, right? And when it appeared, I still don't see it. That's a unique tactical blindness on my end.
Okay, so it means I shouldn't go after the e5 pawn then. I should just go directly to the a6 pawn.
But yeah, okay. This is the position we have, and how likely, if you think of it, it's not the only way for white,
It's not the
right?
only way, yeah.
How likely would you go for this endgame? Because it might be winning, might be not, right? This one is kind of long-lasting, better position. You can like play other moves. So I'm guessing, well, specifically like knowing Goryachkina a little bit, and we worked at some point. I think she kind of doesn't like to play the committal decisions unless she absolutely forced to. She can play like sharp chess, she can play very tense chess, but if she's not forced to, which seems to be the case here, like you can look for alternatives, maybe she won't. So I'm like, if I had to guess what she's going to play, it would be something like queen e4, keep pieces on the board, keep your positional advantage.
Yeah, that's
just
possible
continue
too.
like that.
Yeah.
Once again, I'm not implying that one move is better than the other. It's just like knowing the player stylistically a little bit.
Well, in the meantime, I think we can also check what's happening on Tsolakidou versus Salimova.
Wow,
Well,
I can
Goryachkina
see
is still
some
thinking.
trades happening.
Yeah, a lot of trades actually.
Yeah, so black,
After queen
Salimova.
c2?
Salimova decided to go bishop d7, like very clean, simplistic approach. You want to win the pawn back. You can, and meanwhile I will establish a bit of coordination for my pieces, like a little a little trick.
A little trick there on h2.
Queen b3,
discovery.
rook e8, bishop b2, bishop b8, rook takes e8 with
yeah.
a check.
Okay, 3 pieces that can take the rook on e8. Naturally, it would be queen takes e8, but she's pausing right now, so she might be thinking that white can have like rook e1 on the next move after queen takes e8. So if knight takes e8, what's gonna happen?
Maybe strangely, maybe knight e8 has the least drawbacks, because, yeah, as you said, queen e8, there's like rook e1, some knight e5 jumps later. Bishop e8, I was thinking, because this bishop on d7 is still like not doing much, but it allows knight f5.
She took it with the queen.
She took it with the queen.
She just
okay.
did it, yeah. Queen takes e8.
So
She's not worried of rook e1, which I think it should come naturally for white now.
maybe goes to f8 and then rook e8.
That's possible, yeah, because
Yeah, because I was thinking knight e5, but maybe it's not much.
yep, rook e1 is on the board. I like this queen f8 idea, yeah, because you're allowing rook goes to e8, and I think such an endgame without the rooks, with the power of pair of bishops, I think black should be better.
Yeah, like if we kind of stop white's initiative and exchange the rooks or exchange the queens, black is better thanks to a pair of bishops. So white's ideal case scenario, I'm guessing, somehow to make knight e5 work so that black will have to trade one of the bishops. For now, black has rook e8, yeah? For now, black has rook e8.
And if knight back to, the other knight
this
d f3.
knight back to f3, but that gives the bishop some squares like b5 or e6, right?
And
I mean,
consolidate,
the game goes on, yeah, it's just that like black solved the immediate problems.
Yes, queen f8 is on the board, so we'll likely see this variation anyway.
Queen e8, queen captures e8, rook e1,
And queen f8.
f8 is already played. Yeah. Salimova sped up quite a bit. She understands the Stavroula is somewhat shaky, has somewhat shaky situation on the clock, right?
Not only on the clock, but also on b4 pawn.
Yeah, the position was well, queen f8 is also like eyeballing.
Maybe bishop
the
d6
pawn.
might come too. Like if white is giving the chance for black to play some bishop d6.
Yeah, so the problem with when you have the queens on the board and the pair of bishops like that pointed at the king, it's not clear how white is supposed to, to arrange these pawns on a king side. Because if it's one bishop, if it's dark square bishop, I just go g3, right? I make a loop for the king,
Yeah.
I cover the diagonal, I'm happy. Same with the light square bishop. If it's a light square bishop, I put the pawn on f3 and kind of block the diagonal. If it's two bishops, it's tricky. And let's say now if I leave the first rank somehow, then this could be, it could be a checkmate because I don't have a luft. Did I just play rook e2? Yeah.
Yeah,
Rook
but
e1,
apart
queen
from knight
f8.
e5, what can be other candidate moves?
Dunno. Yeah, knight e5. Something you'd like to do, I guess.
How do you like bishop a3? That looks very, very
Bishop
weird.
a3 to go b5.
Yeah, but there's
possible.
bishop d6.
Yeah, since you've mentioned that there is bishop d6, then it makes total sense to do it here with pinning the b pawn and also kind of tying down the bishop. Now it's on a3.
Or maybe push b5 immediately, since it is kind of like the weakness.
Yeah, that I was thinking, but then what? Kind of gives new squares to the black queen, or maybe to black bishop. Yeah, b5 is playable. And maybe what we want is white. Maybe we want to exchange somehow, get rid of all the pawns on a, on the queen side, and then say we are slightly worse, but it's a draw.
Yeah, that would be the dream scenario if it happens. So Stavroula is still thinking now. Her clock is down to
Around 10 minutes,
11
I'm thinking.
11 minutes still.
Yep.
While on the other game between Lagno versus Divya, apparently the queens have just been exchanged.
Lagno with Divya, yeah, that's very likely a sign of
But it's
total
still,
total simplifications, no?
but still not too easy, right?
Queen
Because
A6,
black
bishop
is
E1.
still kind of more active. But of course with accurate play, okay, bishop d3 is coming and then there's nothing else on the second rank.
Wait a second. Knight g4 is coming earlier than bishop d3.
But if now rook d1, rook d1 by the way just happened,
Knight g4?
and after bishop d Oh, you want to give a check there?
I do. I mean,
king
I'm not
F- no,
stating
F3
that
is
this
knight H2.
does anything, because it could be that bishop d3 still works, yeah?
Yeah, and then
after
king
this
F3.
check, you go king f3. But it's a mess. It has
It
to be
is.
calculated, right?
But you take
It's,
on F1 instead of D1. No, no.
It's I mean, just to
Oh,
mention,
just
just to mention, it makes no sense whatsoever, but it is a checkmate. So you take
on F1.
f1,
Because there is then H2.
and after bishop e2, you take
Yeah,
h2, you take
that's-
e2, you
yes,
win.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Rook c d1
Yeah.
played.
So knight G4 looks
Knight
really good.
g4. Maybe you just calmly
Drop
drop the
down,
king
uh-huh.
back. Yeah, maybe you calmly drop the king back, and then you go bishop d3. Yeah, I think that's what has to be done.
And then there's no more attack, yeah?
Yeah, so if there is no knight g4, that means that you're right. Yeah, then bishop d3 happens, and then knight f3, and then rook e1. You first drive the rook away, and then you start trading the rooks.
What about knight? Oh no, I was
Knight
thinking knight
e4.
e4, yeah.
Maybe.
Because you have to do something. If knight takes in e takes, so
Yeah,
probably
if bishop takes
Yeah.
and rook e1, who's
who's playing for the win now?
yeah, who's better and why?
I think you have to
think
take the
no
rook
one-
for
yeah,
sure.
Yeah, this one you have to do. You have to go f5,
Oh, f3 you take.
f3.
You have to take, otherwise knight c4.
options, right?
But there is still f4.
F3, take on e1. Aye. Take on e1, knight e1, and this is.
Who's
again,
better in this position?
Black can't be worse, in my understanding. Again, once again, I might be completely off, but like 3 versus 2 here. Kings are reaching the center, like perhaps in more or less the same time. So this king gets to e6, this gets to like f3 or something. So I cannot see how black can be worse here. But maybe black's also not better at all. Like you do something like that, and just like hover around. Anyway, for now, let's declare that this is not the most exciting game, and let's watch the other ones, because
Koneru is getting really exciting right now.
we have a lot of action, and for a change, we've managed to pick up. Okay, not guess the moves, but pick up on the main idea.
The ideas, yes.
Right, in this game. So Koneru against Tan Zhongyi. After knight g4,
Rook c1
Humpy
happened.
plays rook c1, rook takes, and then we kind of said that we take with the bishop, but we only discussed queen c1, right?
Yeah. We didn't really see the
Yeah,
bishop c1.
bishop c1, knight f2.
Without
was
getting
played.
provoked, Tan Zhongyi decided to just, okay, let's sack the knight now. So
You gotta
what
take.
is, yeah, you gotta take, because otherwise it's a very important pawn. Takes, and then we're gonna probably see this endgame, queen and rook versus queen and 2 minor pieces. And what did we say in this position? I think no, we didn't come to this one.
We did not
So maybe
get
rook
to this one.
rook c8 first before
Yeah,
making any
rook
checks.
c8, rook c8 feels all right.
Step away from the check, maybe. King g1.
g1. Queen e4. With the idea to go rook c2. It can actually get dangerous for white as well, because the pieces are not very well coordinated, right?
Right. Yeah, how to stop rook c2? It's quite a very big attack there.
This, and we still go rook c2, right?
And queen d3 is coming. Unless you can go, wait, you can play no, you cannot play h3. I thought h3, queen d3, queen g4, but you just take the bishop with the queen and then covering c8
Yeah,
square.
we have to show this line. So h3, queen d3 seems like black is winning a piece, right? And he does. The plan was to go here. And there is a 5 also. But
There's a
yeah,
5 as
queen
well.
d2. and the square is covered. So, yeah, good move.
But Koneru must have thought of this move before, right? I mean, that's pretty much
That's
the
what we-
obvious idea.
That's what we are thinking, yeah. On the other hand, we've seen lazy blundering today, right? So could it be that Humpy also kind of did not consider knight f2, and now she's surprised? Like, she probably considered the idea of knight f2 after knight g4, right? And that, as we decided, this leads you to choosing rook c1 instead of h3, for instance, because you realize, yes, knight f2 is annoying. But maybe she kind of underappreciated how strong it is after her rook c1 move. So rook takes, knight takes, queen takes, and we say rook c8, yeah? You know what? Maybe I start with bishop d2. Maybe I start with bishop d2. So now, if queen e4, I will be able to play knight c3. I'm sorry. Keeps jumping away. Yeah, queen e4, knight c3. Maybe queen f5 check is what you do, but then...
No, let's continue. After knight c3, there's queen d3.
Yeah,
Also now,
just
yeah,
a
I think
sec.
this is better.
Bishop
Like
d2. So which one?
Either is fine. I wanna play queen d3
Queen d3, queen
and then take on c3.
e2.
How is it? Is that that queen's endgame? Is it? I think black should be a bit better. Or probably not. Just queen b5, yeah.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
better not, but also
No.
not worse. Like, I mean, it's
Yeah.
probably just a draw. Which, well, originally we suspect Koneru is not happy with, right?
Okay, so she took on f2 already,
Of course.
and then
Yep.
there is knight takes f2 again and king takes f2. That will be happening now. And now, where does the queen go? Yeah. Or rook c8, as we discussed earlier.
Yeah.
C8 and then either bishop d2 or king g1.
You can give a check as well, right? And then
Yep.
queen f3, go queen
d3
d3 now.
and bishop
maybe.
c3 maybe.
Yeah, like, I mean, whenever we discovered this idea, we can start
Yeah, yeah.
speculating on this. That you can, at the very least, you can go bishop c3 and try to hold the draw this way.
Okay, I think before everyone is going to the time trouble very soon, Miro, let's take a very, very quick break because I can see from my screen here all other games are gonna be very critical very
Yeah,
soon.
it's like move 25, 26, a pre-time trouble stage. We'll be
Yes.
back really shortly, and we will go with the most exciting part, with the time troubles.
我的心情应该说非常的激动，但从外表看起来比较平静，但是内心里早已波涛汹涌。后来去休息室也大哭了一场，就是情绪很难用语言来形容吧，一种如释重负的感觉。
I've been thinking about it since the time I started playing chess, so it's nothing different to me. The match in itself is something that I've always wanted to be playing, and now that I've got the chance, I'm grateful for the opportunity.
我记得最后一盘棋，我就是在一个少一兵的撤兵惨局中，也是费尽千辛万苦把这盘棋夺下来了。如果没有顽强的意志，我可能就没有办法能下到加赛。
The main approach is to go to every game in the right mindset, be fully ready physically and mentally, and just go there and play good moves. And yeah, I'm going to try my best. In general, I'm very universal. and I can play all types of positions, and my calculation is usually quite precise and deep.
我的优点比起他来，可能年纪稍微长一点，经验更加丰富一点。然后在棋上面，我可能比较擅长一些子力调动的类型的局面，然后我可能技术处理上比较细腻吧。
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Hello everyone, welcome back. 4 games are still in progress, and I think this is what you call it with the pre-period of the time trouble, yeah? Because everyone has to make 40 moves in order to get an extra 30 minutes on their clock. And well, I think some of the games have been quite simplified, but some of the games are still complicated, and I think we're gonna stick to one game right now. It's Koneru versus Tan Zhongyi, with some imbalance material on the position. Yeah, we never know how the game will turn out, but so far the IFAB says it's still equal, yeah?
Well, computer claims it to be equal, which honestly was the guess, because obviously white has the material, but very poor pieces coordination. Black is very active. So there was this moment where after rook c8 we were looking at bishop d2, and instead bishop b2 was played, which is still fine, but maybe leaves white with a bit less of the options. After queen f5, king g1, rook went here, queen f1, and queen c8 was played. Computer actively dislikes queen c8.
Dislike it, yeah?
Dislikes queen c8, says it's a mistake, and says that white is better after queen c8. I don't know.
I think you can now create some lift and then free up the queen, or maybe you can free up the queen
maybe you
easily.
go queen d3,
Queen d3
you
with queen
attack
d4
the rook.
idea, and also the d5.
And you want bishop c3, you want, maybe you even want the d5 pawn, but what's more important, I feel like, you may be buying yourself some time to go before knight c5 and stuff. Queen cannot return to g4.
Yep,
that's the problem, because the rook is hanging. So something like queen d3, and what black is playing is not clear at all.
Right, yeah.
So queen c8 apparently was a mistake, and it's also not that easy to explain why c8 and not e4. So if you didn't want to trade the queens, like you could go queen e4, well, maybe she didn't like queen e3 in this case. I'm actually still yet to understand why.
Also bishop d4 with the knight c5. We have to try moving that knight from a4.
Yeah, bishop d4, you're right, bishop d4, knight c5. I'm yet to understand why computer was claiming this position to be equal at first place, to be honest. I mean, it's not
as clear.
Not as clear, yeah. But now, after queen c8, I guess queen d3, queen d3, and you're right. Then maybe we want h3. We want like all the things: h3, bishop d4, b4, and
Right. Okay. So I think I'd like to also update ourselves on the game between Goryachkina versus Assaubayeva, because we left it when the queens were still on the board, and
that a lot of things happened. We left it here,
and
where I was wrong with my prediction. I said Goryachkina will keep the tension.
We have a draw on the game, on this game, so we came to this game just right on time before the players agreed to shake hands with sharing
so they
the point.
repeated moves. So what happened, like quickly updating? So queen to d6, bishop d6, rook d8, bishop c5, that's the line we were looking at, and we were automatically capturing on d2, while Bibisara came up with a much stronger move, which is rook c8 and takes the c2 pawn. Rook b1, bishop f8, and then a2 is in danger. After a4, rook a2, white cannot defend the a pawn, and Goryachkina decided to repeat the moves in this fashion. So bishop h6 is threatening. Yep.
Just a quick reminder for our viewers, the players could not agree to a draw before black's 40th moves, but you can do so if there's some repetition on the board with the approval of the arbiter. So this is the case in the game between Goryachkina versus Assaubayeva, because they are still on move 35 right now.
So 2 results, and for now we do not have anyone on 100% score. So technically Salimova is black if she wins this endgame. No, wait, she lost to Assaubayeva.
She lost already. Tsolakidou.
If she somehow wins
it,
this endgame, which seems impossible to
and
be
if
honest.
Tan Zhongyi somehow also wins the game.
Tan Zhongyi is in trouble. Yes, it probably means 1.5 point. Whoever is in on 1.5 point will remain in the lead. That's good news for Assaubayeva.
And I think I'd like to bore you, sorry, but we have to go to Lagno versus
Yeah,
Divya.
speaking of draws.
Yes.
Speaking of draws, it's very likely that this game is going to finish in a draw. Right you are. So
We saw the position after rook d1, and then
Yeah,
Divya
like-
played your knight g4
yeah,
move.
she played knight g4, and that was the kind of the last active move that Black had. White very calmly replied with king g1, and then everything had to go back. And after knight f3, rook e1, a pair of rooks was traded, and then the other one, h3, knight f6, knight g5, king back to e7, and whatever. You can go back to f3 if you like. You can go h4.
I think in many games like this, you know, you kind of like indirectly offer a draw by just moving back
By
the-
going
yeah.
knight f3, right? Even though it's probably not the strongest
Not the
move in
strongest
the
one,
position.
yeah. But it's just showing your intention. Hey, I'm ready to shake hands for a draw. But okay, let's also update ourselves on the Tsolakidou versus Salimova's
So
game,
like it was Salimova,
because
they've
it's been
traded.
simplified too.
Yeah, they've traded the rook. Yeah, so that is what we've seen. They've traded the rooks, and also the queens after queen b4, bishop d5, queen f8, king f8, check on b4, king e8. Wait a second. Knight f to d4 is something I don't like all that much, to be honest.
And king
Why
d7.
don't you play... no, bishop d6. No, never mind, I've hallucinated. I thought...
King d7.
Yeah, king d7.
King
King actually
c6,
runs.
yeah.
King actually runs. No, it's not a great idea.
But even in the current position right now, after knight
Knight
d4,
d4,
king
king
d7,
d7.
now we can also like somehow count how many pieces are there, right? It's as if white is losing a piece now because the king is another piece.
The king, black has kind of an extra piece in fight for the squares, which is the king. Yeah. So what white currently build is some sort of a fence with this the pair of knights here, not letting the king go in. But if you trade maybe a pair of knights, if you trade a pair of knights and somehow...
But now white might go bishop f8, try to disturb
bishop
the
f8
pawns.
is an option. Now the question becomes like, do you... Because this one's left undefended. Yeah, if I manage to attack it somehow, I don't see the way to attack it. Yeah, I should probably go knight e8. I'm not very happy about this move, but I should probably go
And then
knight
just
e8.
slowly play h5 first, g6,
Yeah, maybe
and
h5,
then bring the knight back.
g6,
Yeah,
then
knight c7
eventually-
maybe. After that move, yeah?
Or d6 even.
Or d6,
yeah,
yeah.
like if we just assume that something like this happens, king e2, even after say knight d6, and let's pretend that everything is traded, it's black who is better because the king is more active. This pawn is too far advanced and it can get in danger. So this would be like not a great scenario for white. Stavroula might be still not out of the woods.
And it's a knight move to f5. So Stavroula tried to also disturb the pawns
With the knight, yeah.
with a different way.
So knight f5.
So
Here...
if knight e8 here,
Yeah, it's probably the same, knight e8. Yeah, bishop f8, now black has bishop e5. And actually, bishop comes back to life.
and the knight on b5, yeah, it could be in
bishop
trouble.
e5, yeah. No, the bishops are still very powerful in this position, so white is the one who has to be careful. Yeah, it's pair of bishops and the fact that you've mentioned that like whenever it comes to like fighting for defending squares, attacking squares, black has an extra piece. Black king on d7 participates and white king on h1 currently, on g1 currently doesn't do much. Yeah, so knight f5. And Koneru with Tan Zhongyi, shall we
Yeah,
once again visit this one because we thought that was
the
the most
moves-
exciting.
the moves that played were still according to our analysis. Queen d3 happened, and then
Queen
queen
c6,
c6 and bishop c3.
bishop c3.
Because d4 is d4 a move here? No, yeah. Now d4 is a move, but that's why bishop c3 because if d4 happens, then queen takes c2. But why don't you just play queen d4, right?
Queen d4. I guess queen g6.
Queen g6, yeah, it doesn't solve the problem, I guess.
Yeah. Like queen
Okay.
d3 is fine. I was thinking bishop d4, but then I'm
Then there's these
guessing
checks.
maybe you trade the queen, start attacking. No?
No. I
No,
don't
if
think
you
so.
trade the queens, white has enough resources, right? King f3, your a7 is
Maybe
hanging.
queen h6.
Instead of
Queen c2.
c2. Queen h6. Yeah, and it is annoying. It's like white is one tempo short, right? Because I'd like to have the pawn on h3 and be able to go king g3, hide on h2, and something like that. But even then, like there is queen d6. Strangely, if you trust the computer evaluation, it was winning after queen c8 for white.
h6 was played after king f2. Okay, trying to create this loop.
So bishop c3 was played, rook
Yeah.
c1, king f2,
And then h6.
h6. So now, what do we do now?
Okay, but the queen on c6 is out of action. I mean, in attacking
For
the
now,
king.
yeah, we cover both. We cover both f6 and g6.
So should we push some of the pawns like h3, for example, so that I don't know what is the benefit for now, but probably in the long term, you know, just creating some hideaway for the king.
I have a strange idea there. Yeah, probably king e2 is not great. One of the ways of handling this position is like to run all the way to b2.
But king e2 is there's
Yeah,
d4.
king e2, there is d4. And by the way, the evaluation shifted once again in white's favor, so h6 we presume is not the strongest move. Now once again, Humpy has to find the right way of arranging
What about
her
queen
pieces.
d2 here?
Queen d2.
Trying to catch the
I guess
rook,
rook b1 and then queen c2.
possibly.
c2. There is h1 square for the rook, right?
And h3.
Yeah, and I guess we just play this game.
Yeah, and then here, since the knight is kind of protected, you can play b4 and then knight c5.
Yeah.
But there is d4.
There
yeah?
could be d4, pawn takes, queen f6, this kind of things. And then a lot of checks, maybe a perpetual.
Yeah,
because
gotta be
you go
careful with that
here,
too.
then yeah. Actually, could be more than a perpetual. You also have to be careful. Yeah. Move 30. So this is the decisive moment for this game, for Humpy and Tan. 10 moves each. 5 minutes, almost 6 minutes for Koneru, 10 minutes for Tan Zhongyi.
Oh, she did h3.
She did h3.
Yeah, so yeah, that's what I thought, because you don't really have to act on anything, but kind of creating some useful move for the future. So h3 is there, and probably the next move might be queen d2. So whenever you have rook h1, it's not with a tempo.
But do you need king queen d2?
Also, alternatively, I think putting the bishop on e5. I mean, not now, but it's just like some idea so that the king can be safely on h2.
Yeah, to go bishop e5 in order to go king g3, king h2. Yes, ultimately what we want to do to achieve is to bring the knight back into play.
Definitely,
If it happens, that's
right. And
okay. She's done something. h6, h3, h5. Wow.
Miro,
This is unexpected.
I don't understand. Please explain.
I have no idea. If we get the chance to have an interview with the players, this is their task to explain. Because I have no idea what it means.
But I think the players are also getting nervous now.
It could be, no, but seriously, it could be that you have to make a move. As simple as that.
Right.
You played h6, yes, you played h6, you press the clock, and now it's your opponent's move. Your opponent played h3. Now, once again, you have to play a move. We couldn't find anything kind of substantial for black, anything that would improve the position. Might as well. Just go h5, okay, press the clock. Your opponent's move, maybe your opponent make a mistake.
Right. Probably also she thinks that, well, there is no better square for the queen at the moment yet, and also there is no better square for the rook, so might be just do something else that potentially can try to attack the white's king. So h5, I think now looks sensible to me.
There is one particular move that I'm interested in. How drawish would be to go queen f5?
Interesting.
So kind of what I want is like to connect everything, I guess, like to go king g3, queen e5, and so on. And the question, like why drawish, is that of course rook c3 can happen, knight takes, queen d5. So white's upper pawn.
Queen b2, queen a3.
Yeah. I just realized white's not upper pawn. No, it is quite drawish. It's a bad move.
Yep.
It is a bad move. So you see, h5 is cool.
h5 is cool. Now I like it.
Because Humpy thinking it's one of those positions where like each move, each decision takes you a long time to make. So it could be, okay, h4 is too much.
Yeah, this knight on a4, you know, it really has to get moving.
Yeah, the knight is terrible.
So is bishop d4 now a move?
Oh wait, your queen d2 idea.
Yeah, let's try it.
Maybe it is time. Maybe it is time. And let's say they go rook h1 immediately.
Oh, and if rook h1 immediately, then maybe I can just play queen d4 now.
Now you can play queen d4.
Because
there's no
g2
check.
is
There's
not
no check.
under attack.
Queen g6.
And maybe I can take time now to take on d5.
Queen c2.
King g3.
Really? Like
and
that.
then queen g6 and king h4. Imagine that. And then queen g4 checkmate.
That was, that's why I continued
That was
this
the
line.
idea.
You successfully avoided the draw.
This is a self-made, yeah? This is how you do the
successfully
self-made.
avoided the draw. Now, well, to be honest, when I said queen d2, I actually thought we understand we want the knight on c5, but if we cannot get it on c5, maybe this works. It's also tricky because there is, I say queen b5. No, this is not how this works. Sorry.
Oh, also queen d4, queen g6, knight c5 now, instead of going to b2.
But why don't you like going to b2? b2, d3, f4. c5 is not the only square. King knight b2. What can happen?
Right.
It's not clear. Wait,
oh,
something
queen
happened.
b5.
Something,
That was, yeah.
Queen b5.
No, if knight b2, queen
yes,
b5.
but after queen b5, I have two like separate plans. I mean, first of all, I'm not sure how drawish it is to give the b2 pawn, but you know, like establish coordination. I go knight f4. Maybe I still have chances, but also I'm not convinced that I'm getting checkmated.
Okay,
So
let's
before,
try it, yeah.
I guess
check.
queen check, yeah. Oh, wait, you have rook check, king goes queen check, and I'm not as brave as you. I don't want to go to h4.
But do you
I
have
probably
any,
have to.
But you don't have any other moves?
I don't have any other moves. Yes, that's correct.
Uh,
Rook f5.
f5 looks good.
It's, you know,
Queen d8 is coming, yeah? Oh, I mean,
something is coming. Something is coming.
also, like, how is it? If you just play g5 instead of rook f5, g5, and then the king has to grab something, but then you, after king takes h5, let's say, queen g3.
But what are we trying to prove? Because I'm getting lost here already. Like black, if we are trying to prove that black has enough, that means black has a perpetual.
No, I'm trying to prove that the knight should go to c5, not b2, because this might happen.
No, wait. First, let's figure out the evaluation, because this line is unacceptable for white at all, because black at least has perpetual check, yes? So my knight b2 is stupid, I agree. Go here, queen d4, right?
Yeah.
Queen g6, and now knight c5. But how is it different? Now you defend this
now
guy.
you defend.
But are you planning to go to h4 anyway?
Let's do it.
No, wait. Now I can take the... No. This This is something.
Oh, you can take it, right?
Yeah, I'll take g2 and just win.
Okay, so
Anyway, we are about to find out what's the plan. Maybe it's none of the two. Maybe it's like something like bishop e5. Wait a second. Can we go bishop d4?
bishop d4 knight c5, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, we'll come back to this, but let's go to
Yeah.
Lagno and Divya because they just shook hands.
Lagno and Divya agreed a draw already.
As expected, yeah, they
Found the repetition.
found repetition. Also on the move
reached
40. So
very professional.
very
So
professional.
as of now, we have 2 draws and the opening
One
catastrophe
decisive,
from Elisabeth Paehtz. So we are watching one game, which is Koneru against Tan, and the other one is Stavroula
against
against Salimova, where it's move 37, it's the end game, and black is improving their
And
position.
white has 2 minutes left on the clock. It's actually not that much, like 2:57. It's more like 2:10 right now. So it's getting a bit quite.
Oh, well, she'll manage. She'll manage it with the time. The position is like not the position where you flag. It's the problem is the position is no longer that great because the king is like okay, black activates the king slowly but surely. King e6, g4. Then you can go h5, I guess, for this pawn not to be hanging. So this game definitely reaches the time control, right?
Definitely, yeah. And they just need
Humpy
2-3 moves.
Yeah, 2
for-
moves, yeah.
for the
And
time
Humpy
control.
is done.
It's
doesn't.
knight b2,
Knight
your move,
b2,
and then h4
my
comes.
move, and it's a bad move because
Well, we discussed of queen
devaluation-
b5.
the evaluation has changed.
We discussed queen b5, but Tan Zhongyi played h4.
Tan Zhongyi played h4, and h4 is not great, I guess.
Is queen b5 a better move? Can you put it on?
I cannot. Yeah, I can just like click and check what's the evaluation
Yeah.
after queen b5. I guess. Yeah, 0.4, 0.5. Yeah,
Yeah,
it was the
it
strongest
maintains,
move anyway. It was the strongest move to go queen b5. After h4, white very calmly plays knight d3. And yeah, and there's like a couple of moves left. Now white establishes coordination, bishop d4, and then either knight f4 or alternatively you can actually think of knight e1 and knight f3.
Knight f3, yes. Yeah, or knight e5, knight f3, yeah?
Yeah, knight e5 is of course
Better.
better move. I don't know why I thought I have to go through e1.
Right,
h4,
so
knight
h4.
d3,
And queen g6 now.
queen g6 now.
It's on the board, yeah.
Yeah, that's the square the queen is opting for, but there is bishop e5.
Yep, bishop e5, I like it. And queen f5 maybe after bishop e5.
Mm-hmm. Wait a second, can I go crazy and play knight f4? So
Potentially there's queen b1.
you have 2 options, queen b1 or queen g3, right?
Queen
and
b1.
after both, I was thinking.
It's
So you want to go what? Queen b1.
Queen b1, definitely.
But it's not a checkmate still. Or
It's a
this
checkmate.
one. This one it is a checkmate, right? This one is a
I
checkmate.
think you have to go with the king. Go to f3 and then on g4 it's gonna be safe.
Yeah, maybe.
Unless there might be rook d1 now, and then the
Still, I'm not
You're not
very
convinced, yeah?
happy. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not very happy.
and knight f4
Queen
is on the
G6.
board. Knight f4 is on the board now. I think it's a more sound move because your idea is clear. Probably you just want to grab d5, depending where the queen goes. anyway.
We blundered queen b1, I guess, because the evaluation is once again the bot is not happy with white's. I mean, it is happy in a way that it's in a sense that it's good enough. But
Yeah, queen b1 is now on the board.
knight f4, queen b1. Yeah, so maybe to illustrate that, queen g3 would probably lose after king e2, because d5's hanging. There is no
checks. Yeah?
no counterplay, and g5, queen
Queen
d4.
Mhm.
Black has no checks, and there should be a checkmate somehow.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. So
So
queen b1, queen d3.
Queen d3. Now black can and probably should take
The
the
queen?
b3 pawn.
Oh,
No?
the b3 pawn.
I thought the b3 pawn. If you take the queen, you're not winning any
Yeah, you're
of
not winning
those,
at
no?
all.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
and then knight f4.
Yeah, I mean
and-
you have to keep the queens on the board.
Yeah, so queen d3, just take the pawn, I'm thinking.
Wait, is it though? Can you? Oh, because if queen g1, then king g3, queen h2, king g4, the king escapes. I mean here, queen d3,
Queen d3, yeah.
and then if this happens, then king f3. Oh, there's no other check. Sorry. Yeah, all other checks are controlled by the queen. Okay, so queen g1 is not an option. Yeah, it doesn't.
I mean, it is a possible move, but I guess you just take the pawn and go from there.
So queen takes b3.
I'm not sure what white's planned here.
If queen d4,
d4.
f6, I think you have to go.
There's a check.
Knight, yeah, there's a check. Knight e2 is there.
And there is one more check. Again, I'm very modest with black. I just want to draw. And I don't see how white avoids it.
Okay.
I mean,
So
queen f4 maybe, but then even trading the queen since I've taken the pawn is already not so bad.
okay, queen b3. Let's try other moves. Can we take on? Maybe not. Take on d5.
Knight takes d5. Yeah, this.
If
could
rook
be.
d1, knight e7, but there's king f8.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the draw.
You can
Yeah,
take
you
because
cannot take
bishop
bishop
b4,
b4.
yeah. But knight g6, king goes here. It's a messy game. It's a very sharp game. It's queen d3. And what Humpy has to do here is...
Yeah, it's definitely the critical variation now after queen takes b3, knight d5, because it looks like all the white pieces are trying to checkmate the king on g8. But
Yeah, you're actually right. Queen d4 is another option, of course. And we said this check, knight e2, right?
and this might be just repetition. If queen f5, yeah.
Maybe still queen f4 is a try for white. Maybe I'm just kind of reconsidering because, yeah.
I think there was some moment where white could offer the trade of the queens without losing the b3 pawn. So I don't think this is what Koneru actually was planning to do. So queen takes b3 is already on the board. And let's see, I think she's gonna go for knight takes d5.
Isn't it super risky though?
It is super risky. And she has less than 2 minutes on the clock right now. She has to figure this out very quickly.
Because rook d1, I understand we have... Oh, wait a second. What knight g6? Knight e7, bishop g7, we win.
Oh shit.
There is no rook d1.
There's a rook d1. Okay.
Once again.
She played queen d4 though. She didn't take on d5.
She did not take on e5. So
But what was the eval bar after knight d5? Was it better than
I
queen
have
d4?
no idea. Let's check. Yes, it is
I think
winning.
Both are good, yeah? Queen d4
Queen
is also
d4,
good.
no. Queen
Oh,
d4
knight
is
d5
less.
then was the best move.
Queen d4 is less because of, I guess, this line
Yeah.
that we've invented, this check. Have a... What happens if I go forward? At the very least, queen d1. And still, the game goes on, but maybe it's not as bad. There is also this check, where
Queen h7.
queen h7 looks
That's
ugly.
funny looking move. I'm
Yeah,
threatening
I take the pawn and there is no check. F5 check would be scary, but it's pinned.
It's illegal.
And also, I'm also threatening the back rank.
Right.
It's crazy game.
Okay, queen c2 is already on the board, and is
Queen
it knight
c2.
e2? Oh, king f3. So she went for king f3.
She did go king
She
f3.
went for
What
this
move
line.
is that? 38.
38.
38.
Okay.
It's very tense.
So yeah, so I think the king saves, yeah? After rook f1, king g4, somehow the king is pretty safe. Like there's no checkmating knight or anything. If that one, then just king g5.
And white actually wins.
Wins,
yeah.
yeah. G7 is
impossible
unavoidable.
to defend, yeah. So rook f1, king g4. Indeed, queen h7 looks like the only move, but
Looks
then
like it.
but
queen
then you can
d5.
kind of believe that white is better, right? So it could be that it's not rook f1. Option B was to do this, where white takes, black takes. But hang on a second, you have like king e2, attack this guy.
And also the d5 will fall.
d5 might fall.
Probably
Rook c1 you take, yeah?
g1 then? Just want to grab this
G1,
pawn.
yeah, but then I was thinking this could be a thing.
Yeah, that looks very interesting. You're
This
just
could
trapping.
be
Oh,
a
but
thing.
g5?
Yeah. But that's why I'm pausing here and saying it could be a thing, and I'm not certain, because after g5, okay, there is one way of just playing bishop f2 and taking on d5, but then I lose a3, and this is I
But
don't
there's
like.
king f2, rook
There
takes
is king
e1.
f2, yeah, that's a very important line. So after g5, there is king f2, rook e1, king e1, pawn takes, pawn takes. And if I'm in time to do this, I have outside passed pawn. Right, but am I in time to do this?
It's all
As a king
calculation now.
g7, king f2, king f6, yeah, like g4, takes, and now king f5, and then d pawn runs. And imagine you have to, like you're on seconds and you have to decide. No, it's impossible. It's too hard. However, what's that? The move 38, queen d1. White has to take on d1. It will be move 39, and then king e2 move 40, and she gets half hour added to her clock.
Right. Okay, so 2 minutes each for them, and yeah, it's not easy now. She has to decide whether she wants to trade the queens or not. I know that her intention is to keep the queens on the board because it keeps the game alive, but probably he has to sort out that. Yeah, there's no other way.
Technically, you can play f6.
But you can give a check on d5 first.
Yeah. And then white, at the very least, white can trade the queens if he wants.
Yeah.
Or d3, whatever. Yeah. No, not d6. But yeah. So, not the most attractive option. This is scary because it can be another very long game of Tan Zhongyi.
Well, it could be it, yes, but I think it's expected. Oh,
If
check on f1.
Okay.
So king g4 is only move, and then
King g4 is only move. Move
Koneru
39.
moved it immediately.
Koneru has one more move left till the end of the time trouble. I was even thinking of some like crazy lines like this. Rook f4 and pretend that this is a perpetual.
I can take with the king.
Yeah, and then this check.
King e5.
This is not a check. Yeah, king e5, queen f6.
Take
That's
on
what I was calculating, yes, and then check, and here, and check, and you eventually run
C4.
away. You eventually run away. So all I'm saying, like, there is not much, you do not believe much in these lines, but if you have to look for something, like desperately in a time trouble, you check moves like this even. And by the way, after rook f1, which apparently is a mistake, variation bar screams that white is winning again, because perhaps it was...
Ooh, she goes for it. Rook takes f4. And
rook
I think,
f4.
Yeah, I think she thinks that there's no other way. I mean, there's no other chance.
But then...
even if
you can also take with the pawn, right? And queen g2, king h4, there is no check. The king is a little bit stuck on h4 though, so it's not necessarily the strongest solution. Okay, you don't want to take with the queen, so it's either or. You can go king takes or you can do pawn takes.
And this is...
What's important is after pawn takes check, do not go to f5 because you get checkmated.
Or to... Actually, h5 is still okay.
H5 is possible.
H5 is still okay.
Queen g2, go to h5, yes you can.
And
but,
the next move is actually the 40th move. So
for Humpy.
So Humpy will will spend all her time right now on this last move before getting the extra 30 minutes. So I think this is going to be decisive game on this round, Mirror, because
Yeah, very likely.
very likely Koneru is going to win this game.
It was, let's say, not flawless, but very well played and quite intense game. There was a lot of stuff happening. It wasn't by any means it wasn't one-sided. Both kind of kept finding resources, but at the end, in the time trouble, Tan Zhongyi was the last to make a mistake yet. I
Yep.
should say, because the game is not over yet.
But I think we have to applaud her bravery, with all this sacrifice on F2, knight takes F2.
Which was correct originally.
Yeah, which was actually correct. And I mean, because not everything can be calculated. Sometimes you also have to go with your own intuition. But it was, I think, a very educated guess by Tan Zhongyi. But yeah, could it be because of some time pressure that her moves after that were just inaccurate?
I guess it has to do with time pressure, among other things, yeah. Because she found all the... Yeah, like I think that is perhaps the first moment where she played Queen C8, where things started to go wrong. Then she's gotten the second chance when Koneru returned the favor.
And Koneru took the rook with the king.
The king.
Yep. And I think, you know what? I'm feeling some resignation might happen in the coming moves.
No. In the coming moves, yes, but not on move 40.
No.
Right.
Okay, queen takes g2, so she
Queen
is
takes
not
g2 without a check.
without the check. Yep.
Uh-huh.
So what to do now? If we go to the pawn endgame, let's say.
Exactly. That's a very, very interesting
Like, what's gonna happen in this pawn endgame?
approach.
Which pawn are you gonna go? Like d5 or g5? I mean, or h4?
By the way, you know what? After king f4, the evaluation bar. Okay, I will have to ask you to check this position with the engine, because the evaluation bar says it's 0.1.
Oh my gosh. So
So it was completely winning, and now it says 0.1.
so it has to be captured by the pawn then.
Well, that's the only guess that we can have. It somehow is a draw. I don't know how, but
Yeah, we can rewind the moves when rook takes f4 happens, and yeah, in this position, let's.
pawn takes.
It has to be the
2.4. King takes.
No, it's still winning.
No. It logs.
It lags.
King
Oh,
takes.
wow.
King takes, and it's a draw.
Wow, that's the curse again, then, Miro. Like you're blundering or making
Queen
like a huge
G2.
mistake on the 40th move,
Yeah.
just when you're about to get extra time on your clock.
Queen G2.
That
but
was such a
why is
huge
it-
difference.
Wait a second. So what does it mean? Okay, let's forget the pawn endgame, because like the moment you take on f4, you possibly cannot think of like what is this pawn endgame, right? So she was planning for something, and tricky enough. Does it mean like the king is getting stuck here? Just realize, because she probably done what I have done, which is calculate the series of checks, right? So to
Yeah,
go here,
yeah.
to go here, and the king
Yeah, there's
runs away.
nothing, yeah.
And then after queen g2, you realize, the king is getting stuck. The h3 pawn is taken in case of king e5, and maybe this is important. So if you try to kind of manually run the king away, then the pawn is getting you take the pawn, queen d5 is not possible. King d5 is the move, of course, but then it's a check. The h pawn starts running, and you better make
Wow.
sure that you have a perpetual with white, because
Yeah, I could say.
Such a
Could
roller
we say it
coaster
was a
game.
blunder?
I
Taking
get-
with the
yeah,
king, I
of
think it was a
course.
blunder, right?
course.
Because it changes the evaluation significantly. With taking with the pawn, white will ensure the advantage, a very huge advantage. But now taking with the king,
I'm still trying to process this one, because it's not obvious to me why white is not winning.
probably now a6, a waiting move.
Okay, let's pretend we ran out of waiting moves. I take on h4.
Okay, king f6. Oh, actually, yeah, you're right. That is the outside
I'm
pass
kind
pawn.
of
Yeah.
kind of, I don't see the lines, but
Okay,
like
what
the-
about king
in a
e5 now?
in a schematic way, yeah. And you want to run or?
Is it? No, I'm
No,
not on time, yeah?
White's already winning. Wait a second.
Yeah,
when,
yeah.
when did it happen? This is still a draw. King e5 loses.
Loses. So I have to be
So
on
I guess
the
you'll have
sixth
to
rank.
wait like king g6.
Uh-huh.
And this one is... Yeah, so it's equal on this side of the board, right? I mean, on the equal on, rather on where it stands. It's equal, but then analyzing this pawn endgame, we came up to the conclusion that some positions are winning, some are it's so complex.
Wow.
Let's check the other game because it
let's do
also
it.
passed the 40 moves mark.
Yep, and we left it on after knight f5.
We left it somewhere after knight f5, yeah. So knight e8, no surprises. f3, bishop c4, knight c3. Bishop check, king e6, g4, black played g6. Quite ambitious. Knight g8, bishop d2, h4.
Oh.
Computer says equal, so the knight is out of play, but also it's not clear how you trap this knight, I guess.
Yeah, it's very complicated for these three minor pieces endgame. The other knight is pinned. The knight on g8 is kind of trapped, but you potentially have this
Can
outside
you go
pass
like
pawn.
g6, f6 or f5, and I guess f5, g5, and the knight at least survives on h6, or maybe goes to f6. But can I go f6 maybe?
You can.
With the clear idea of going king f7, of course.
Right. What is the idea now? I mean, for white, if I cannot push any of the pawns.
Can I do crazy stuff?
Maybe you have to give up the pawn anyway and play g5.
I was right now. I'm still hoping for this to work. To kind of to go here, and if I'm forcing the exchange of the, I probably don't force it. It's like you go bishop c1. Yes, I wanted to show that this I'm not so afraid of, because king f7 I will have knight h6. Maybe you don't go king f7, you go king d6 attacking it, and after knight h6 you go king c5, and still black who is trying even a pawn down. It's again it's one more very complicated position. What?
They go for the pawn end game.
Koneru and Tan Zhongyi.
Exactly what we looked before. We just
Koneru
left
and
it for a
Tan
moment,
Zhongyi,
and now
yeah.
it shocked me a lot. Okay.
Koneru, no, well, she realized that after queen g2, which she originally blundered, I believe, she spent a few minutes and she realized, you know what, there is no way to
there's no
improve
way to
the
enter,
position. Yeah, and I have to go for it. So king to g5. Now this is where computer analysis would really come in handy. Because
Exactly. Because in the hindsight, it looks like once you get the h4 pawn and then you get the outside pass pawn for yourself, it is theoretically winning for white, which is easily understandable, right? But the computer says that this position is equal.
Like for instance, after king h7, it's not impossible that king f6 is also strong. But yeah, let's see how how this one's equal. I don't really get it. It's not even computer which says it's equal. It's the evaluation bar, and once again, I have no insight kind of under the hood of this engine, how it works, because in many instances of commentator software, evaluation bars are notoriously bad.
a6 just happened, by the way, this waiting move that I mentioned earlier.
a6, yep.
So
Interestingly, white can also wait.
exactly.
White can also wait because king h6, you're gonna go here, right? And you win this pawn, and the king cannot get to h3 pawn.
So you have to go to h7 to
Yeah, I guess like
preserve the idea to go to g6 in
yes,
case.
I guess you can, like go to h7.
Because if you go king e5, king g6, if there king g8, Because I think you have to make a progress
King
by
G8.
capturing one of the pawns. And now King G7.
King E5. I would not be surprised if you've already kind of lost it a couple of times with black. So it could be that it's a draw, but else it's a very narrow path. A6. Good thing though, this cannot last for 100 plus moves. It's a pawn endgame. Unless they promote a queen each, you know, and someone will be
And then with a one pawn up.
pawn up.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna
And
take
then you know what
forever.
happens. 40
Right.
checks, 40 moves of checks, and then the pawn moves. And then another 40 moves of checks, and,
then
the pawn moves.
Yeah. Actually, I'm looking at my engine right now.
Yep.
It's white is winning.
White is winning.
White is
so
winning,
that's, you know, that's a kind of confirmation on it's like
I'm
for
very-
ourselves and also for people at home, like do not trust the evaluation bar. It's good at counting how many pieces one side has.
Okay, I'm actually very curious with the decision of King takes.
Yeah. Check
Because
this
that
one from
looks
Queen
like
takes G7.
it's enough to win, right?
Because again, this evaluation bar, it also confused me because, like, if you remember originally, I said I don't understand why white is not winning here, right? Even without much calculation, but
No, King takes is
you know,
winning. Yeah.
we are taught to, you know, to kind of trust the computer. If computer says equal, I thought, yeah, okay, maybe there is like some clever trick, but it's hard to tell. So King G5, and what computer was doing, or King G5, A6. How does white win? Can we go to this?
Oh, actually, no. You're right. Sorry. King takes is a drawn. I was putting a different position. It has to be with the pawn that captures F4. But then in this position, and after King G5, A6 is still a draw.
Ah, well.
Okay, I put B3 pawn. Sorry.
So you had one more pawn for
I had
white.
one
And that's
more
how
pawn
white
before.
was
That's
winning.
why it was.
Okay, but
it
let's
was
then
winning.
using your engine
Okay.
because I can no longer use my brain. I'm too confused. Let's analyze a
Okay.
bit. So if king goes to F5,
So okay, there's every move.
every
draws.
move is a draw. Ah,
A5, King
okay.
H7, King
Okay.
H8, King G8. It doesn't matter.
Incredible. Because what I was hoping for that maybe let's say it's a draw, but black has to find like a study like line, and then then maybe the game is still kind of interesting. If everything draws, then wow.
Okay, it was really a blunder then. Yeah, on the move 40.
So after rook F4,
Yep.
white had 3 possible captures. Queen F4, yes, you know, you guessed it
Obviously
right. You
it's
guessed it
not.
right. The bishop will be taken. White has no business winning. Pawn takes would win, and King F4, as it turns out, is a draw.
Yep. So, but the decision to take on G7, it's one of the computer choices.
Yeah, it's an equal position.
It is
and
an equal position.
If it was an equal position, it is an equal position after Queen takes G7. I would say the decision to take on G7 was a mercy to commentators. Because, well, in all honesty, I don't think white could even like try more
What
for
happened?
long.
I think Koneru just played
White
something.
went A4,
A4, okay. I think we'll see A5 then.
very likely.
Yes.
Black plays A5.
Yeah, probably she has to take on H4. I think that's if she wants to try
Yeah, but
the position.
is there any trick after King H4? Let's
Yes,
just go.
yes.
King H4, King G6.
King G6 is losing. This
King
is the
G6
losing move.
Ah,
Yeah.
see? So there is a problem.
Because there is this opposition, so it means you have to go to H6 or F6.
Yes, okay. And then let's say King G4, black goes King G6.
King H6 here, you said.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have the opposition. White goes King G4, King G6, white goes H4.
King F4, so it's okay. H4, okay. H4, okay. Black has two moves to play King H6 or F6.
So after F6, let's say white goes
H5.
H5,
King H6 only move.
King h6, king f5,
Takes on the pawn.
h5, we take on f6, king
King
g4,
G4.
King e5, king f3,
Yes.
king takes, and because
You play king e4 and then you just make this
because the
opposition.
pawn is the king
Yeah, king
c6 and the
C6,
king is
yeah.
in time. It's not so obvious from afar. It's not so obvious from afar, but if we are reaching some position like this, there's like little doubt that black's gonna find it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
you go after
forcing
the
anyway.
e3
Yeah.
pawn.
It's very important not to lose the opposition for black because black.
But okay, let's find out why. So let's say you go here, you go here, you go here.
No, you play king f5 then.
You just play king f5. Yeah, king f6 then.
King f6.
And you go king f4.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and you either go to e5 or
E5 or
g5. Yeah, so
G5,
it's
yes.
pure opposition.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
is like no more tricks.
Yeah.
Just pure opposition. You have to keep the key squares under control. Well, instructive endgame, but also quite a game, I have to say. And imagine how many lines players had to calculate. Such an intense game, and all packed into like 44 moves.
Mm-hmm.
There'll be more to come, but
Yeah. Okay. I think Koneru will think for a bit now.
Wait a second. I come up with another paranoid theory.
Mm-hmm. What is it?
If she took on g7 so fast and now she's thinking, could it be that she originally thought queen g7 wins?
Possibly.
Maybe she thought queen g7 wins. Because, like, my first explanation was she decided there is no other move to play. But let's not forget, she's got half hour added to her clock. So at least she would spend some time looking for the other move. And as I mentioned, like king e5, yeah, maybe you kind of discard it relatively soon, but at least you spend some time like looking at such moves. When she takes on g7 quickly, probably, yeah, the idea is like I just win the pawn endgame because very active king outside passed pawn. And maybe now is the moment of realization that, you know, in fact, black is holding. And that would be a fantastic save by Tan Zhongyi.
Exactly. And I think I also would like to check out the other games, Tsolakidou versus Salimova.
Mm-hmm.
Because they played according to
I've
what you predicted.
this,
Knight d5
yeah.
just happened.
Predicted this. The thing is, I'm not sure if it's any good. Because there is an option to go bishop c1. And what do I do then? Don't tell me I go knight e7 and the knight's hanging. If I go back, then king f6, I think wins the... no, it doesn't win the knight, because now the knight on c3 is not hanging.
What
so I can go
about
knight e7, c8.
what about knight b6 instead of that move?
Yeah, knight b6. Sorry, knight b6. I thought it's possible, but then again, the knight seemed to be stuck after, say...
Yeah, but I have knight e7 now.
You also have knight e7. See, yeah. I guess you're right. It's the same thing. Maybe to b3, and then you go knight e7. It's almost equal, but it can go on and on. And this could be another moment where, or rather maybe the first moment in these two rounds where after the time control, some games finished, and the ones which are not finished, nothing will be happening for a while. Because, you know, they've got the time, so they got to spend the time. So.
And after a5, Koneru is still thinking.
Koneru still thinking, yeah. So she'll spend like at least
some
10,
time
15
here.
minutes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I think it's good to have another break now, Miro.
Let's quickly go. Let's quickly go for a breather and like to confess we have a bit of problem with AC today, so that's why we are running away from you guys, but not for long, hopefully, and we will be back as soon as moves will start coming up, which it will be hopefully in 5 minutes from now.
Yeah, see you soon.
The first game of round 2 has just finished, and Munguntuul from Mongolia beat Elisabeth Paehtz. Well done. First of all, your game started as a timid Caro-Kann and then became very aggressive. Tell us a bit more about it.
Спасибо. Но мой сегодняшний соперник...
Thank you. My opponent today is a very experienced player with an extensive repertoire of openings. It was tough to prepare. I didn't know what she would play, but during the Olympiad we played Caro-Kann, so I thought it would be Caro-Kann and prepared a little for this variation of the game. But I watched the winning combination in the plan, and that's why I knew on the chessboard that I could win like that.
And at the end of the game, were you surprised what happened there with this knight g5 blunder?
Ну, я думала...
Well, I thought Elisabeth probably didn't notice that there was a bishop a3 move. Well, it's not like it's such an obvious move, and maybe she should have played knight d4 instead of g takes h6.
This isn't your first Women's Grand Prix. You have played here before. You're a bit more experienced than some of the youngsters here. Tell us, what is it like playing in such an elite women's event?
Нет, это мой третий Гран-при.
It's my third Grand Prix. I played in 2009, 10, 11 and 12, but this year's cycle is my first because I didn't play in Georgia. I have experience playing in Grand Prix with strong players like this, but the break was very long. So, of course, I'm worried, and even more, I'm the lowest ranked by rating. And of course, I would want to play better.
In this break that you had of the Women's Grand Prix, was that a break in chess as well, or just the series?
Нет, ну, не было прерыва в шахматах, но у меня...
No, like, there was no break in chess, but I had kids, so I had some break, but I kept playing all the time and didn't stop playing chess.
A little bit more about you. How long have you been playing chess?
Я играю с 5 лет, то есть уже 32 года.
I have played since I was 5 years old, that is, for 30 years now. I'm the first woman grandmaster of Mongolia. I got this title at 15, and now I play chess professionally. I'm a member of the national team of Mongolia. And as I said before, I have 3 children, that is, I combine chess and motherhood. Well, it's not easy. I cannot spend time training, but I try.
Well, you're an inspiration. I know it's many Mongolian players and many female players looking up to you. It's a big feat to have children and to be playing professionally. So good luck for the rest of your tournament.
Okay, thank you.
We are here with Divya Deshmukh, who just drew her game against Kateryna Lagno. Divya, this is your debut at the Women's Grand Prix. How is it so far?
So far, so good. 2 days, 2 draws. Can't complain.
And of course, you've had such a successful year. You're World Junior Champion in girls, #1 rated. More importantly, you were the Olympiad winner, double gold medalist. How has it been?
It's actually been a quite good year. And it's a pity because now it's little hard to find more motivation. But I'm trying my best, and this tournament is, you know, so prestigious. So of course I'm gonna give my best, and it's been good so far.
And this is your first tournament since playing the Olympiad. Do you think that has given you some? What did you play after Olympiad?
I played European Club Cup.
Okay. Do you think that winning the Olympiad has given you some kind of confidence boost in these tournaments after?
For sure, yeah. I think, yeah, it has.
And post-Olympiad, you know, everywhere on social media, both teams, men and women, were just like everywhere. You guys celebrated so much. You were, you know, everyone was so proud of you, your home country. What was your favorite post-celebration moment?
I would say probably the closing ceremony. I think everyone was like on top of the world, and it was really, really fun. Probably the most exciting one I've been to in a while.
And you brought your mom with here to the Women's Grand Prix. Does she usually travel with you to tournaments?
Yes, most of the time she does.
How do you think she helps you perform well? Like, how is she helping you with the stress and everything at this specific one?
I think a parent has a really important role because they can just take care of everything else and all I need to focus is on chess. So I love it. She's been really supportive and if I need anything, she makes sure I have it. And of course, now at this point, it's also a good vacation for her. So she's just enjoying. So it's nice overall.
Well, we think it's a vacation for our parents, but I'm sure she's stressing for you as well.
Okay, if I watched my own games, I'd be stressing too.
And finally, you're playing here in Kazakhstan. How do you think the organization is? Have you explored the city a little bit, or do you plan on doing that on the free day?
I have not yet visited the city, but I would say the organization is just amazing. It's my first one, and Kazakhstan really set the standards high.
Well, thank you so much, Divya, and good luck for the rest of your tournament.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. And two games are still ongoing. While we already have 3 results for the second round of this tournament, we have one decisive result. Elisabeth Paehtz lost to Munguntuul Batkhuyag, and then 2 draws between Goryachkina versus Assaubayeva, and also Lagno versus Divya. And now it looks like the remaining 2 games are also in the spectrum of equal there. So
Yep.
we're expecting 2 draws from this
Stirring
one.
towards a draw. The one that I have on the screen now is Stavroula Tsolakidou with white against Nurgyul Salimova. And at some point it looked like black might have some chances with this knight being stuck on g8, right? At some point we were hoping, like long ago, we were hoping for white to have some initiative. Anyway, it is what it is. That's the position on the board. We have opposite colored bishops, equal number of pawns. The knight on g8 is stuck but never trapped because it can go to h6. So pretty much everything suggests that it has to be a draw. There is some fight left still, of course, but it's very hard to imagine this being anything but a draw.
A draw, yes. And on the other game, there have been some
moves coming
there.
up in Humpy Koneru against Tan Zhongyi.
Yep.
And I wonder if it changed the evaluation. Computer says no.
It's still
so
0-0.
After a5, one way of trying was not to take h4 but to go here after the d5 pawn, which was tried. So king f5, f7, f6, which was, I think, one of the
Kind of
few
the
moves which were
one of the few moves actually. Surprisingly, in this position, instead of f6, you can't even manage to play king f8.
King f8.
It's still a draw. But of course you don't want to play such a move if it's not forced.
f6, king to e6, king to g6, and now if white decides, white has to take on d5 now. There is no other,
There's no other way,
physically no other move. Black probably has to activate the king.
Yes, anything will do. King f5, king g5, or f5. All draws.
King f5, king d4, and what do you do? You just stand there, or you go king e6?
You can go king e6, you can go king... Basically, any moves after
any
this
legal
is
move is
any
a draw.
legal moves is a draw.
Because you only have 3 of them. Yep. Because you only have 3 of them. And this is on the board. King d5, king d5, king f5. Whoa. It must be...
And king d4.
It must be quite a disappointing game
for Koneru.
Because, she got, I don't know, I don't want to say got lucky, but she got lucky in a way that she outplayed her opponent very easily. Like after, move 10, move 12, she was better, like pressing on c5. She won the pawn on move 16 or move 15 technically, but then this sacrifice on f2 muddied the waters. Once again a reminder that here black was not forced but decided to go after knight f2. It will become very complicated. White having the advantage, but like very poor piece coordination.
Right.
And closer to the time trouble, Koneru managed to coordinate everything, and she was winning, but for a very brief moment, right? So over here, white was winning, but after rook f4, she had to take with the pawn. Okay, king d4. Now, an exciting moment because any move is a draw, right? As we figured out, like you could, like on this move, even if you're trying to lose, to reach the lost position, you cannot. Anything makes a draw.
But what is the easiest way to make a draw? I think everything is pretty much straightforward there. You either go to the a3 pawn or the h3 pawn. It depends on...
you mean here?
Yeah. I think eventually you go for the e3 pawn here, and then you go... I think
you have to go f5, I guess, right?
Both work. King g6 works.
King g6 works as well.
f5 also works.
You can go king g6, and then after king f4 you go e5,
Yeah.
f5.
f5 is only move now, yes.
f5 is only move because otherwise you lose one of the pawns. And wait a second, and then after e4 takes, white does win the pawn, by the way.
Yep.
Ah, wow! But this is nice because it's a theoretical endgame. It's a theoretical endgame, and the fact that the pawn is on h3 on this diagonal is super important. Would it be on h2 and black pawn on h3, white would actually win. And the reason why, I can show, the reason why that, yeah, white has the opposition, so somehow white will win the h-pawn, right? So you go here, 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 and eventually the pawn drops. Yep. The pawn drops and you're waiting. And I guess you might have to like be tricky and go king f5, but ultimately what happens, at some point white starts to run. Yeah,
Yep.
the h-pawn is not promoting, so you start to run to the other pawn. Black takes the h-pawn, and then because the pawn was on a diagonal, it's a straight way for the black king. So king goes to c5 to g4. King goes to g4 to c5 to f5. Here, here, takes here, king b6, and just on time.
Yep.
Just on time. King c8, and it's a draw.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the inclusion of the a4 was needed.
a4, yeah. If it would be a pawn on a5 for white, white would be winning in this particular line. Okay,
Right.
probably black would have some other draw, but if this line was to happen and the white pawn would be on a4, black pawn would be on a6, on a5 and a6, yeah, then white would be winning.
But that's the thing in the pawn endgame, everything has to be very precise. And meanwhile, let's move back to the game between Tsolakidou versus Salimova because they just agreed to
It's
a
officially
draw.
over. It's officially over.
over.
It is a draw, so they just repeated the moves this way. Black goes to f7, knight check, back to e6, back to g8. Draw agreed.
Yep, as expected, yeah? I mean, we didn't expect that it's going to be repeated this way.
Wait a second. So that means we lied on air yesterday. We promised that, the decisiveness will be kept over 50%. Yesterday we had three decisive games.
Yeah.
3 decisive games. Today it was 1. So it's 4 now. It's 4 out of 10.
But at least we already have now 3 decisive draws.
3 draws, yeah. So something changed, and it will be a shorter round. Yeah, very likely it will be a shorter round, and it's impressive how the only decisive game of the round was the shortest game. And after one hour and a quarter, I think, like 1 hour 20 minutes, it was done, and everything else was very well fought. Like most of the games were very well fought, and still ended in a draw. King d4. Tan Zhongyi still has the time. Still has the time and has no way to lose.
Yeah, it's almost...
Wait, if I do this, like king e6, does it lead to the same? I still have to like go f5 and
Yeah,
go
king f6. Yeah. And then we go this variation again.
Is the same thing, or maybe in this case you can actually
Go the other
run.
way, yeah.
You can actually run here, right? Can you?
Yeah, we can try.
This.
King g5 takes there.
Yeah, like some people
here.
would be able to calculate it, but I cannot. Yeah, this is something not to do.
Yeah.
Because this way white actually
You
wins.
lose.
Yeah. Okay, we have to show till the end, right? This.
What about king h? I think it's fine now. King a2 instead of a2, and then king b1.
But you have a pawn on a3.
I know, but it's. I think it should be losing. I know, but it is losing. The queen goes to b3 later.
Yeah, like some staircase. And
Yep.
There are. You're right in the sense that there are exceptions, and I'm thinking like, how could it? Yeah, there is a study like this, but I'm not sure if it's with the a pawn. It's probably with some other pawn that somehow the king is so badly placed that like you don't have a check and the pawn eventually moves forward. Yeah, it could be like the queen. I don't know. No, here it's like an easy win. It's check, and eventually check on b4, and you have to step in front of your pawn.
Still no moves from Tan Zhongyi.
Yeah, that's impressive how she chose to, to spend the time in a position where literally, Okay, we have this information, of course.
Yeah, but she
doesn't
doesn't,
have, but
yeah.
literally every move makes a draw. Anyway, is there any idea how to lose with black? We just found it,
one.
yeah.
We just found
Run
one.
for the a-pawn.
So
And
it
then
means
the
that you have
correct
to go
line-
after the h3.
The
then.
correct line is that you just stand like this. Can you do me a favor? Can you check something for me? Like here.
Okay, king f5.
Is king f5 the only move?
I don't think so, actually.
Is king f5 the only move? I can try to check it myself. King
No,
g4,
it's-
king f4, h5, here.
King f5 is the only move.
It is the only move.
Yeah.
Okay. Makes me sane. Yeah. So over here, king h6 loses. Yeah. King f5, you need to go. King f5, and after king h5, king f4, I guess.
Yes, king f4 is the only move.
And then it's all.
And
I
after
mean, it should be easy.
h4, then
H4
you go
back
for
to
king
f5.
f5.
Yeah, back to f5. But that's a rare situation where having the pawn kind of further advance helps the defender, right? So as I said, like ideally your pawn is on h2 and then you're winning. All right, so what will be the standings? So what will be the situation after today's round, assuming that this is a draw? So no one's on 2 out of 2.
Only 1.5. It is Tan Zhongyi, Tsolakidou.
So all leaders, yeah, logically, all leaders made a draw, so that means 1.5 is joint lead, tied for the first.
Yeah, so it's
Tsolakidou,
Assaubayeva.
Assaubayeva, Tan Zhongyi.
Yeah. So they're joining. I mean, they're on 1.5 now. Share the leaders.
And
then
Lizzie
on
will
one,
be
yeah,
on
Lizzie
zero.
will be 0. The only one with 0.
Elisabeth Paehtz will be on 0.
And
Salimova
will be half points.
half a point. Munguntuul
Munguntuul will be
50.
1. And
percent.
Koneru also 1 because she makes 2 draws. Assuming that this is a draw.
So who's in minus? So what are the scores like? People have 3 pluses, and then Elisabeth is on -2 and Salimova on the -1. Yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense. Yep. Waiting for Tan Zhongyi to.
So I had quite a just some walk around the hotel. Do you know that Shymkent is one of the largest cities in Kazakhstan?
I mean, it should be. I know it's over 1 million. Population is over 1
It's
million.
barely over 1 million, actually.
Yeah. I was told that recently. Yeah.
Yeah, but do you know which number?
No.
The third after Astana and
Astana
Almaty.
and Almaty. Yeah.
Yeah, amazing to know. I mean, for me, coming from Indonesia, having a population of a city over 1 million, it's almost nothing.
Like a village. So the density of population.
Yeah.
That's the thing with Kazakhstan. And then some people make the opposite mistake. They check, they check the geographical stats like the population, the overall population, the big cities, and they think that must be a small country. And then it's a small country where you take a train from one region to the other, and you spend two days in a train, or maybe 3 days on a train.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's a huge country.
It is very huge. Yeah. Yep. And we have actually 2 more moves here. Yeah. King e6 was played, and then king e4. So
e6, king e4.
According to our analysis, is f5, king
f5
f4, king
is.
f6.
But okay, I'm coming back to this, like asking questions. Is it the only move? Is f5 the only move? I guess it is, right?
I think it should be the only move there because
yeah, like if you move the king, then it's just like king f5, king g4, take the h-pawn, win. Yeah.
Actually, king d6 is also fine.
King d6 is also fine. Interesting.
And she played it.
She played king
d6.
d6. So after king f5, she's planning to go king d5. King takes, king e4. Look. King g5, king e3. King
and
f4, king f4. So it's almost the same setup. We had it with the king on f5, it was a draw. King f4 is also a draw. Nice.
Yeah, and after king d6, I don't see any way, unless you want to repeat king d4 and it will be king e6 again. Or even after king d4, maybe f5 is possible.
Well, after king d4, I think f5 is actually kind of easier, because now you have the opposition, and after e4 you can take, go king c5, and
it's actually winning
and
for
black is winning.
yeah.
And why black is winning? Because white is not in time to go after the h-pawn, or we can have another instance of this theoretical endgame
And then get
where
to
the pawn cross the fifth rank or whatever, the equator. And then it's winning no matter what. And wait, yeah, that was black to move. And again, I want to show why, because yes, white does the same. Now white is defending, white does the same, white runs into the corner, but the king is able to shut down the path by going to g2 in one go. King g2, black wins. So that would be a not so fun way of playing with white. Going e4, so king d6. Now I think you go king f5.
Yeah, king f5 is there. But after if king d4 happens, and after f5, you just have to stay on the fourth rank and then play king c4.
King c4.
Although
king
that
d4.
position is, giving you some risk, so there's no reason.
Yeah, no point to go king
no
d4.
reason to go there. So king f5 is just played.
King f5. Now
And
king d5
d5
should be
I
the
think
only
should be-
move, yeah?
Yes, king d5 is the only move now. You can.
Oh, wait a second. If I go after the h-pawn...
I think you are losing, no? King e4 takes f5. No, it's still draw. King e4, king takes e3, king g4, and then I think king e4 back, and then f5 is coming with a check.
Yeah, but you go king e3, king g3, right?
Any moves draw, actually. King e3 is drawing f5, king f5 also, king e5 also.
No, yeah, but I'm worried for white not to lose.
Ah.
I mean, yeah, it's clear black is not risking anything.
You can just push the pawns, it's fine.
And you go forward, queen,
Yeah.
queen, yeah. Even though I would prefer to avoid the situation where both sides
Of
getting
course,
the queen, because
They might take
it might
another
prolong the
hour.
game, unnecessarily prolong the game.
So the current situation is, the king on f5.
So Humpy takes on f6, and there is no deviation from here. And also, yeah, king e4. Also, the moves will be played relatively
King
fast.
g5, king takes e3.
e5, takes e3, takes h4. There is no point in like inventing stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I think you have to take on h4. And then
Well,
king
technically
e4.
you can play king g4. It doesn't ruin anything. Not clear what for would you do it, but
Yeah, but okay, she took it.
the applet is lagging behind, so we'll get the moves in due time. So meanwhile, setting it up
King
on
h5.
the analysis board, king h5. Now king f5. Well, technically it's the only move, because
Yes.
anything else loses, right?
That's right.
King
So if
f5.
king h6, you go king f4.
No, king f. Yeah, you can go king f4, but king f6. I think the methodology is.
Both are okay.
is
King
the
f6
red
also
one.
fine. But yeah, after king f4 here. Okay. We need the arbiter to step away. What move do we have? Let me check. Okay, king f5 is on the board, yeah?
Yeah.
And Humpy is still thinking.
Here, I don't even see how you get to run to the a pawn. The king is kind of stuck in a
h4 is played.
h4. Yeah, but then it's like it's even closer to. It's even closer, so black is not risking anything. King f6.
Yep.
King g4. King g6.
Yeah, so I think we are going to see the end of this round very soon, Miro?
Yep. So we are working on it. Today's round's gonna be a bit shorter.
Than
Not a lot
yesterday.
shorter, but a bit shorter. Humpy's thinking, or what's going on?
Yeah, I think she's just
H4.
thinking of what last tricks that she could pull in this position. And tomorrow, let's talk about tomorrow while we're waiting for the move.
So what's tomorrow?
Tomorrow,
I have a confidential information that tomorrow is going to be round 3.
yes, that's the
Yeah,
secret.
see,
Yeah.
now it's
It's
secret,
out of
well
the bag
kept,
now.
but now, yeah, it's
Yeah.
out of the box.
All right, so tomorrow we'll have Divya versus Goryachkina,
Hmm.
Tan Zhongyi versus Lagno, Munguntuul
Tough very.
versus Koneru.
Munguntuul, by the way, like with white, on a good day, she can be super dangerous.
Yeah, of
Like,
course.
she's a brilliant tactician. She can play very aggressive chess. Yeah, she's
Yes.
super dangerous.
And then we'll have Salimova versus Paehtz. So these two are, I think, Elisabeth Paehtz, it's currently the last position right now. And Salimova
Yeah,
is,
like for Paehtz, it will be a nightmare scenario. Like if she, and she has the black pieces.
she has the black pieces.
Against like Salimova, yeah, she lost one, but she's very motivated. She's young, she's dangerous. So for Paehtz, it will be a nightmare scenario if she's like, if she has to play, if she gets like some suspicious position.
And
I don't want to be.
also tomorrow we'll have Bibisara versus Stavroula.
Bibisara with white.
Bibisara with
And
white.
these are, it's a clash of the leaders, huh?
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, this is, I think, going to be our top match to see, Bibisara versus Stavroula. And I think we have some moves coming in on this game. Not much, though. After King F5, King H6, and King F6. Oh, sorry.
King H6.
King H6,
yeah.
and now this is
Black
this
to
is
move,
Black's turn.
Black to move. I think you can do whatever.
Yep, you can do King
F7 or F5.
No, you cannot do that. You have to have
King
King
F7,
F5.
you cannot go to F7.
Yeah, because
see?
it's King G5 and then
This is
just
how
grab
I
the
would
pawn.
lose this drawish position. I would say, you know what? I've done my job. It's a draw. I can do whatever I want.
It's King F5 only.
Yeah,
move.
King F7 loses because I'm not close enough
Yeah.
to the H pawn, and then I lose this race again, right? So blah,
she did it.
blah,
She played King
blah,
F5 and then H5 was played.
blah. King goes, king goes, king goes, and white will be. It's white to move King B7.
Yep.
White wins. Right. So King F5, H5, back to F6.
F6. And now the only legal move. Yeah?
Only legal move. It's about the time to think.
Actually, it's King
it's
H6. It's already
moves
there.
are coming. Yeah, moves
Yeah.
are coming. It's already on
King
H6.
F7.
So Humpy decided to stalemate
H6.
herself, no? Or no, her opponent. It's a choice. Look, Black has to play King F8. That's the only move which doesn't lose.
Oh, I have one funny story to
Yeah.
tell while we are looking at the end of this. In the St. Louis chess club just now, I was there for the U.S. Chess Champs. There was one game between Ray Robson versus Saul Wesley, where in the regulation you cannot overdraw, regardless how many moves, yeah. And then there was a position went exactly like this, but only one move to make. Like, hey, if I play King F7, it's gonna be stalemate. And instead of just play it and signing the score sheet, Wesley just called the arbiter. My next move is gonna be stalemate. I claim for the draw.
Yeah.
Okay, so now they have a new score sheet
Seriously?
because
No.
Yeah,
no,
they just did,
please,
they just
please.
did.
I thought they were signing the original ones.
no. So they
King
just
F8.
paused. Okay, they're on move 60 right now. So they
I haven't moved 59.
Okay, after
So
H6,
maybe-
King F8, and then King G6, King G8. This is the move. It's pretty much
What's
the same,
happening?
yeah?
What is happening?
So H6, I think that's gonna be the last turn. Or what did she do? I think she played King somewhere. Yeah, I think it's King F6.
So now she's
King
gonna,
F6,
after
King
spending
H7.
as many moves as possible with the H pawn, now she's running to take the A pawn. So Black King will eventually get stalemated. But on A8,
On
right?
the other side, yes.
A5. a6, a7. And by the way, the applet kind of getting stuck, so I'm getting the moves with a bit of a delay.
There you go, I think you have it.
King e5.
King e5, king
Fancy.
takes a6.
Fancy. Chess geometry. It doesn't matter. Like reaching a5 you can do in so many ways. And it's the same number of moves, believe it or not.
Yeah.
It's a different distance. That's the shortest, right? but you can do... Okay, not via f6. Yeah, from f6 you could go.
Okay, we
Alright.
have all the king on c6 and actually on b6 now and f6.
f6, b6.
Yep. And e6 takes on f5. I think they'll agree when the king is on c8. That's my bet. King b6, king c8, and or probably they will play until the
I mean, you can also stalemate your opponent. I mean, if you've taken trouble of reaching this position, why not move the a pawn forward?
Yeah.
Because look at it. Like here, black has to play the series of only moves to save the game. Because you don't play king c8, you lose. You don't play king b8, that means you have to play some stupid move and you lose, right? After king b8, I go a6, and once again, if you play king c8, you lose. That means it's what? King to d7, c8, b8, a8. Four only moves in a row.
Oh, and the king is now on a7, and the other one is on c8.
King c8.
Yeah, a7, king a7 now, and then king c7.
She did play king
a7. Yeah.
So she's planning to stalemate herself,
Yes.
or what?
King a7, king c7, a5, and then king c8. Yep, this is the current position right now. And a6. King c7, I think you can pre-move king c7. And then they shook hands. Okay, so that is our last game of the day. Koneru Humpy drew against Tan Zhongyi.
That's the most eventful game, perhaps, right?
I think so too, yeah.
Okay, Goryachkina, we said that she missed the clear advantage, but it wasn't easy.
But let's take a look at what happened today first, Miro. Let's take a look at the standings. Let's take a look at the results first.
Yeah,
of
results. We are
round
discussing them right
six.
now, but yeah, like if we have them printed, that would be nice. If not, well, we do remember them though.
Of course.
Right. So
Yep.
let's go in the chronological order then.
So-
It all started with Elisabeth Paehtz, right?
Yeah, let's do this
Yeah,
one.
let's
on
do
the-
this one. You read this one.
Okay, so we have a draw between Aleksandra Goryachkina versus Bibisara Assaubayeva, and we also have another draw against Stavroula Tsolakidou versus Nurgyul Salimova, and one decisive game only for today is between Elisabeth Paehtz versus Batkhuyag Munguntuul, and we just saw a long draw against Koneru Humpy against Tan Zhongyi, and a very uneventful game between Kateryna Lagno and Divya Deshmukh also ended with another draw.
Yeah, which leaves us with the same three leaders. It's Bibisara Assaubayeva, Stavroula Tsolakidou, and Tan Zhongyi. So these are
Yes.
three leaders.
With
Elisabeth
1.5.
Paehtz yet to get on the scoreboard, 0 out of 2, and Salimova is in -1.
Yep. So
Munguntuul
today,
is the only player to play 2 decisive games.
exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. And today it was quite a short game between Elisabeth Paehtz against Munguntuul, and it was a Caro-Kann. Actually, I thought Elisabeth Paehtz managed to surprise her opponent in the opening, but somehow it backfired, and she completely blundered and neglected her own king, and bishop a3, Munguntuul's last move, sealed the deal.
Yeah, it's a very fast loss by Elisabeth, and then we were anticipating there'll be a lot of decisive games. Everything looked very tense, but then one after the other, Goryachkina had a serious advantage
Yep.
against Assaubayeva, but then perhaps decided to kind of simplify too early. I think she overlooked the same move that we overlooked in a commentary booth, and After that, there was no way back. So it's a draw.
And then
Lagno and Divya finished the game again.
Yeah, it was quite peaceful, but I thought in the middle game when there was some queen and then two rooks double up on the e-file, Divya might have had some chances, but turns out Lagno defended it very well, simplified all the pieces. And
so the only question it raises, to be honest, what was kind of the opening idea behind playing the exchange
it was French exchange,
because there was a very kind of unusual setup on Lagno's part, but it didn't pay off, let's call it this. Then two games that lasted much longer, that passed the time control mark, were
Tsolakidou and Salimova. And I thought
of course Koneru, Tan Zhongyi.
Yeah, Salimova I thought had quite, like significant positional advantage
at
out
some
of the
point
opening.
For sure, right?
But somehow it went not to her own plans, and again the same case like again, Lagno versus Divya. Tsolakidou managed to defend the position very well and simplified it, and then in the end it was opposite colored bishop with some other pawns and one knight, but I think it was a fair call for both of them to end the game with a draw. Yeah,
and then Koneru with Tan Zhongyi, that was a real roller coaster, at least for the first part of the game, because you would not expect such an easy advantage there early for Tan Zhongyi. Well, pretty much anyone against Tan Zhongyi, you would not expect, like move 15, you have a big advantage.
Right.
So Koneru was a pawn up. Then I don't know if she allowed or it was in the position, but this very nice sacrifice on F2, which made the position incredibly complex. Both played it, I think, pretty well. In fact, they both played this complicated position very well, considering the time situation, everything. And then there was an exchange of mistakes, because first Tan made a mistake, this rook f1 check, allowing the king to go to g4, and white was winning, but only for one move, because then on move 40, Humpy Koneru was facing this decision, like 3 legal moves, recapture. She had to recapture the rook on f4, and she chose the wrong one.
Yes,
she chose the wrong one, and then
it's almost as if it was the curse of the 40th moves, and it is very well known in chess. Whenever you want to get the extra time, somehow you actually make the mistake in the most critical moment.
Yep, you're presented with this decision exactly when you don't have the time.
Exactly.
Okay, so despite a lack of decisive games, only one decisive game, overall very exciting round, and there will be more to come. So it concludes round 2, but tomorrow, secret information, round 3 happens same time, same place. So join us.
So stay tuned and join us tomorrow. Irene and Miro will be coming back on the same date and same time. So have a good night.